Secretary Kennedy and I actually we went and did something on this, and it was sadly the day that Charlie Kirk was assassinated. And so it didn't get a lot of attention, nor should it have after that happened. But yes, we're continuing to work on that, and thank you for bringing that up. That's happening in all of our states, and I would ask everyone here, I know Congresswoman Ross was just nodding, it's happening in every state. And not only are they laced with THC, many of these vapes, but they could be laced with fentanyl. We have had a child, I wish I could think of the state it was in, but we have already had someone overdose. And we have to get together on this, and we have to get on the front end of this. And I would love to work across the aisle on this to protect our kids. How many school kids do you see now vaping? And it's not only, I believe a vape has 20 cigarettes, but you know, that's one vape is 20 cigarettes, I believe it is, but also what they could be laced with, because so many of them, the majority of them, are manufactured in China.
Sure, and if you need additional resources, please let us know as you're going through the process. And I'm going to change gears one more time on you. Under the Biden administration, there was a lot of confusion created when parts of the DOJ began treating software developers like financial institutions. Even when they did not hold or control anyone's money, they were simply building the technology. That uncertainty made it harder for Americans to build, innovate here at home. Earlier this year, the Deputy Attorney General issued a memo entitled Ending Regulations by Prosecution, a clear break from the Biden administration's approach. And I think it's important that that's a good step in the right direction. But can you talk a bit about how the DOJ is now putting that memo into practice, especially when it comes to making sure that people are just writing the software and don't control the user's funds, we don't want them treated as an unlicensed money, or they're not money transmitters. So.
Yes, and we're doing everything we can to protect the American people on that. And I would refer everyone to Deputy Attorney General Blanche's memo. And
lead the way in the space on that. So we appreciate the help. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll yield back 10 seconds.
Gentleman yields back. We'll recognize the gentleman from Arizona for unanimous consent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a number of UCs.
Gentleman can proceed.
Thank you. Bombshell new docs show Trump called police about Epstein in 2006.
Without objection.
Kamala Harris defends Biden administration decision not to release Epstein files.
Without objection.
Why weren't they released during the Biden administration?
Without objection.
House Democrat Stacey Plaskett exchanged texts with Epstein during 2019 congressional hearing.
Without objection.
New York judge allows Epstein victims' claims against Plaskett to proceed.
Without objection.
Hakeem Jeffries solicited funding from Epstein in 2013 after financier was convicted child sex offender.
Without objection.
Jeffrey Epstein was invited to dim fundraising dinner and to get to know Hakeem Jeffries by firm working with Brooklyn's Barack.
Without objection.
An email from Leslie Groff to Jeffrey Epstein concerning Hakeem Jeffries fundraising. Epstein file says Biden was replaced in 2019, question mark.
Without objection.
Thank you.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from California is recognized. Mr. Correa.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and welcome, Ms. A.G. Bondi. I agree with you. Our top priority should be protecting Americans. In my past life in the California State Legislature, I did a lot of work on solving sex crimes, passing legislation to update our codes. And I found that the biggest challenge to solving sex crimes is reporting them. Victims have to have the guts to stand up to report those sex crimes. But it's not easy. It's the most unreported sex crime there is. Crime there is sex crimes. It's painful, humiliating. A lot of time the victims don't think anything's gonna come out of their reporting these crimes. Then we have adults who as children were molested, boys and girls who will live in silence for the rest of their life. I believe the Epstein files are just one of many sex rings, sex crimes taking place in our society today. I hear 1,200 Epstein victims, some additional victims as young as 9 to 10 years old. The challenge I have today, what bothers me today about this hearing, Madam AG, is what's the message we're sending out there on Main Street? Shouldn't ask a question I don't know an answer to, but I'm going to ask the victims behind you right now. First, can you please stand up? And then, can you please raise your hand if you think after everything you've heard today, you feel that our AG, the feds, have your back? Do we have your back? Raise your hand if you're confident that we got your back. And that's the issue, Madam AG. We've got to make sure that victims stand up and report the crimes. Otherwise, we're going to be taking a step backwards. Today, AI, cyber, social media, the new realm for people to be hurt, attacked sexually. These are the areas I'd welcome the.
Let's take a second and focus on what this man just said. He said, there's a whole new way that people can be attacked sexually, and that's AI. And the thing is, we are at a hearing where people were really, in real life, physically attacked sexually. And this woman wants to do nothing about it. And literally snapped her fingers, not just snapped like her personality, like, oh, this bitch snapped. She snapped her fingers at a goddamn congressman. It is so offensive. It is so embarrassing. I kind of cannot believe this. The deflection is astounding. She is in the Epstein files repeatedly. Her father and her family friends are in photos with these motherfuckers in the files. She has direct ties to covering this up, and she has lied under oath, according to both the FBI memo in the files and right now. And you're right, Charles Manson. She's a perp. She's a dirty, dirty, dirty bitch and an awful person. I'm going to go ahead and give the disclaimer. If you're in here watching, if you pop in on this live, if you like this woman, you are not going to like my channel, because I'm about to fucking lose my mind on her. Okay? Just pay very close attention to how every single time someone brings up the Epstein files or even questions whether or not she would apologize to victims for the DOJ fucking up, her response is to throw a fit like a 3-year-old in a store. It is so embarrassing. This is wild. I cannot believe this is happening. It is so gross. She's literally passing notes back and forth with a woman. I wonder if the note says, do you like me? Check yes or no, because the behavior here is childish as fuck.
Opportunity to work with you on.
You talking about in Michigan? Oh, big time. Oh, big time. And there's also connections to Hall. Remember Blackbird? Yeah. It's gross.
It's not your problem. It's not my problem. It's our problem. But to have redacted files that are not showing us the names of these predators.
Also, we're pausing it because he just said redacted. Oh my God. Has he been watching the golf video?
Is wrong. These are very powerful people. This was a very expensive business, and we don't know who they are. I would imagine they're very prominent Republicans, very Republican Democrats, and we are covering up for them. We got to know what's going on out there, Madam AG. It looks like you want to say something. I'm going to give the opportunity to address my statement.
I look forward to working with you on any involving child sex predators, children, and also cyber crimes. That is a tremendous problem now throughout our country. AI, you are correct. AI is causing great problems online we're working on that though. AI is an incredible tool, but it also can be fraught with peril with victims of crime. I've experienced that with someone I know who we've been trying to help. I look forward, though, to working with you on that and all
Madam-
cyber crimes. Can I?
Please, go ahead.
And as I said before, to any victims, we ask them to come forward to our victim. I have never not worked with a victim, and I believe I've actually spoken to several of the
Madam,
victims'
if I can reclaim my
attorneys
time, I
sitting
only have a minute.
behind me.
I can reclaim my time. I just think we start out by making sure those redactions are unredacted, those Epstein files, to make sure that the public, according to the law, following the law, that those names in those files are made public. We have to make sure we tell those predators there is no place for them to hide. And if they commit the crime, they're going to fry for it. It starts with showing us the names of the perpetrators in the Epstein files.
May I respond to that?
Sure.
Okay. So if any man's name was redacted that should not have been, we will, of course, unredact it. If a victim's name was unredacted, please bring it to us and we will redact it. We were given 30 days to review and redact and unredact millions of pages of documents. Our
Madam,
error rate is very low,
The
but there are
victims are
always
right
going to
behind
be
you. We've
errors
got to
on
convince them
both sides.
that we're doing a
and
good
we're
job
doing everything
of
we can to help
protecting
the
them.
victims. We will
Thank
do
you,
everything
Mr.
we can.
Chair. I'm out of time.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from California, Mr. Kiley, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Madam Attorney General. I wanted to return to a point that the chairman raised at the beginning of this hearing, which is these jurisdictions that refuse to honor detainer requests from Immigration and Customs Enforcement, often called sanctuary jurisdictions. Now, I know that you are not involved directly in immigration operations per se, but you do deal with the legal issues surrounding these jurisdictions. So let's say we have someone who's here illegally, who has committed a crime that, like the thousands of people you mentioned in California, murderers, sexual predators, drug traffickers. If that individual is in detention in a jurisdiction that has a sanctuary policy where they do not honor ICE detainers versus in any other jurisdiction where they do, how does the nature of apprehending that person, how does the nature of ICE's involvement in that operation differ in those two circumstances?
Well, I believe you've seen that in Minnesota, where people were not cooperating with us. I believe there a lot of local law enforcement did want to cooperate, but we are doing everything in our power to.
Oh, shut up, bitch. I'm done. We'll watch her again in a minute. Let's go over some of the news so that I can put her on 1.25. Because at least then she sounds somewhat squirrel-like and I can put up with it. This is a great question. Why is Epstein's own emails he sent back, you mean to himself, right, redacted in parts? So Epstein used to make drafts of emails and things that he wanted to send to other people, but he would just send it to himself. Now, I do this with like jokes and stuff because it's just easier to click docs and then to just open up my Google Docs and put in a joke or send it to myself. It's just something that some people do. Back in the 90s, late 90s, early 2000s, when you had to have a specific registration code for Word documents, sometimes it was just easier to forego finding that and putting it in. So a lot of people would use Works or they would just email it to themselves. It looks like Epstein's been doing this for a long time. It's just something that he does. It's something that a lot of people do. Yeah, we're having back in flashbacks today, hon. It is bad. I cannot, my nerves are shot. But yeah, back to the original question. I believe that the reason he did it was because he would draft these things and then he would want to easily access it. And then you'll notice that after he drafts some of them, he will forward them to people. He actually did this with an email between him and Bill Gates' ex-associate when the associate was going to quit the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. So he drafted an entire letter, if you will, for this associate to send to Bill Gates on his behalf. but from that associate. And he did this because for some reason, some of these people would reach out to him to draft things for them. Now, here is why I love this question that you asked, because with the Bill Gates situation, you notice something. And I'll tell you what it is in a second, because then you see another email he writes to himself and you notice something. And then you see another and another. And then some of them are between him and Steve Bannon and Woody and a bunch of different people. And we're actually going to go over one of those today, because you'll notice that right after he drafts these to himself, he sends them to someone else as advice. What's odd is these people who are coming to him are usually coming to him with awkward, uncomfortable situations, or situations where they feel vulnerable or scared or subject to retribution. And this is where the pattern kicks in. The first one I saw of that happened to be the one between the associate of Bill Gates trying to quit. And what's interesting is he reaches out to Epstein. He lets Epstein know, like, Bill's going to be pissed, but here's why I'm quitting. And then Epstein gives him a document that he also wrote as like a form letter, but sent to himself. And that document is the resignation letter, if you will. And in it, he suggests that you mention, i.e., the associate mentions or tosses in there, hey, remember how you tried to slip STD medication to your wife because of those hookers? Now, if you look at the prior documents or emails, if you will, containing information being swapped between these two, specifically Epstein and him, not Bill, but just Epstein and this associate, you'll notice the associate doesn't seem to know that ahead of time, but he makes it look like it's something that this associate kind of always knew while he was working with him. And then you see the joy when the associate responds. Now, to me, it looks like this is him going to Epstein, going, how should I word this? What should I say? Epstein says, say it made you uncomfortable that this happened. To me, that is a blackmail threat. That is, I'm quitting and you're going to let me go. And if you don't like it, I know that you slipped your wife HPV medication or whatever, STD medication. So that's interesting, right? Because a lot of the other ones he drafted to himself also contain information that seems like it is, let's just say, something that could be used as blackmail fodder, hence all the redactions. And then you later see them in duplicate form going to somebody else who seems to be wanting to communicate, either leaving somewhere or not doing something, and they need help. So Epstein seems like the blackmail commissary. He's where you go when you're like, this person's fucking with me. What do you have on them? And if you pledge your loyalty to him, he'll get you out of the situation by giving you something to slip in there. Now, why do I mean this is a pattern? Because he does this so much with Steve Bannon, Michael Wolff, all the people writing any pieces about Donald Trump. You'll notice that he slips in information like, oh, don't forget, I have a picture of him with half-naked girls in my beach house. Let him know I have that in my kitchen. Oh, don't forget, he was here on this day. Like, here's some blackmail shit. Here's the thing. I don't give a fuck if he blackmailed Trump. The fact that he had fodder on Trump to begin with tells you Trump's a piece of shit. The fact that he's in there, a shitload, and he is listed in a co-conspirator list, which, by the way, was revealed last night. Massey and a lot of these other people that we thought were evil, I mean, they were evil, but for some reason, they've decided to turn babyface over this, probably because they're all terrified. Maybe they're in there. I don't fucking know, but I should check. It's very interesting how they're all kind of trying to save face right now and slowly turning one at a time. But we're going to go over some of that in this morning's news. But I will say this much. These motherfuckers have seen some shit. They've seen some shit to the point where the worst of the worst in the Republicans who have always, and by worst, I mean the most ass kissing that's been done to Donald Trump, the ones who have done like the most, aside from like Ted Cruz and Jim Jordan, are now totally flipping. And it is so bizarre. And a lot of it happened when they left the room after seeing the files. Lauren Boebert is pissed. And she not only wants to go after all the men in the Epstein files, but she's also looking at some of the women who are perceived as victims because of what they did as far as continuing to traffic once they were beyond 18. It's fascinating seeing her freak out. There were 2 Republicans that came out and were like, oh my God, fuck this. Massey is naming names, like redacted names that only Congress could see. He's already outed a sultan, and he's like, what? I'll say the list if Pam doesn't say it. Like, he's pissed. There's something in there that has made some of the worst Republicans cry, and it is really shocking. Now, there's a couple of things that I want to show you just because there's going to be people out there who doubt some of the bad shit, but also because it's stuff that the government clearly doesn't want you to find because they made it nearly impossible to access. I figured out a way to access it easily. There's a couple of people online who have pulled up, hey, this is how you see all the video files that are not pulling up and that are not readily available. Like, you literally have to know the URL, which is something that Congress was complaining about. So I went on a hunt for how to do this easily, and I was able to find a way. Now, here's the problem. Once you get the MP4s and the video links, and they are easily accessible, man, they're fucked up. Even redacted, they're fucked up. I cried at least 5 or 6 of the videos. Like, they're fucked up. I feel very uncomfortable showing some of them. But they're real. They have stuff in the background that it's clearly Epstein's house in Manhattan. There's other adults around that do nothing. There's some of them of solo girls just by themselves on a bed surrounded by teddy bears. There's one of a girl in a Sailor Moon outfit who is clearly too young, and she is crawling on the floor like a dog while they have her ring a bell, and she gets in between a man's legs, who I think is Epstein. And while she massages a grown woman that looks like Sarah Kellen, while another person puts chopsticks at her, it's fucked up. There's really fucked up stuff. And then you discover that the outfit she's wearing is totally see-through, and they didn't bother to redact some of it. On some of the most disturbing ones, they had to completely take out the audio. But it's very clear that what's going on is bad. One of the worst ones is a very young-looking girl dancing nude in one of Epstein's rooms that's in a picture. We saw the picture of the room. We know it exists. And there is a paternity test sitting there next to the sink. So it's really fucking bad. Like, it's really fucking bad. Everything else just really, like, everything else going on in the world just feels so like moot compared to this. And it's infuriating to see people like Pam Bondi write it off and not seem to give a shit. There's quite a bit of proof now, and there's quite a bit of information that is located in these files that I was looking at last night that it seems our government was being ran for several years by Steve Bannon, Ivanka Trump, a woman named Karina, who we don't know, a guy named Lawrence Krauss, who was on the Joe Rogan Experience a few years ago, and he's a fucking psycho. Did I say Woody Allen? He's in there too, and Steve Bannon. Sun Yi even gets tied into some of these emails, and in these emails, this weird collective of people who call themselves, what's the exact word? Bannon's Personal Advisory Council. They discuss who's going to be put in office, and they make almost like a fantasy football list, and they all kind of vote on it. And then they send it in to Ivanka via Steve Bannon. And then those people ended up getting appointed. And I thought that's a bit weird. And yeah, I'm okay, darling. It's just disturbing. Like I find it weird how many times Bannon and Epstein discuss how things need to be ran through Jared. Things need to be ran through Ivanka first because it's her decision. Bannon straight up says in an email that Ivanka and Jared Kushner are running the country. So to see that everyone Epstein picks for a position goes to Bannon, and then Bannon gives it to Ivanka, and then it happens, is very disturbing. To see it happen once, bad. To see it happen 16 times, really bad. Actually, I think it's because of what Masha said. Now, Masha was a woman who, I mean, she was just recently on the Sean Ryan podcast because he thought like this person's compromised as fuck. She was Epstein's PR agent. Actually, she wasn't. She was, in my opinion, and everybody else's. I mean, she's a spy for Vladimir Putin. She was the head of one of his youth leagues for police and stuff. She discussed at length with Epstein in several emails, and we will get to that eventually, but I'm going to show you some Masha stuff today because she actually put out a long statement on Twitter saying that she had to defect from Russia because they were going to kill her and her family and all this shit. It's all lies. Yes, Masha is here. Oh, Masha's here legally because of Epstein. So she's a spy. Epstein ended up getting her a visa to come here on a kind of like a genius grant type of situation, like they got from Melania. How do you get that? Bannon. So she comes over here. She was a part of the 30 under 30 in Silicon Valley. She works with a cryogenics company. Okay, but she's horrible at science. She really is just a mouthpiece for Epstein who tells her everything to say. She works with a cryogenics company that is focused completely on freezing humans so that they can be unfrozen in the future and still remain intact. And ideally, she believes that the earth should be populated by only Jewish people. She is Russian and she is trying to kiss Epstein's ass because it seems, according to a lot of his emails, he's very interested in a form of eugenics where the earth is populated by 93% Aryans and Jews. And he's very focused on making that happen. So he invests a lot of money in Masha, who then goes to this cryogenics company that works in genetics. She was basically being set up by Epstein to be the next Elizabeth Holmes because she really didn't know what the fuck she was talking about, but he needed a way to get the funding through because he's super interested in this. Ideally, he, I think, wanted to populate, like literally do what Elon is doing. You know how Elon has 1 million kids and the ones that he doesn't like are the girls and the one that transitioned? His sons like get pulled away from their parents and from their mothers and have to go to a school on campus, he calls it. It's his SpaceX property. Ideally, he wants to have more kids than fucking Nick Cannon. Okay. Masha is of the same mindset. Oddly, these people are all super breeders. I think for Epstein, it seems that he was potentially breeding his own victims. That's the best way I can put it. He saw this as a win-win. And it's interesting because another thing that Masha and a lot of the women he talks to are really interested in is working with technology that allows women who can't get pregnant to still have babies, and that you should be able to control their race and other things about them, their genetics. And I think it's odd the amount of orphans that suddenly pop up in the hands of elite people. There's a whole Russian and Ukrainian orphanage scandal. And it seems that if he perhaps didn't want a child with someone, but the child was still going to be born, if he couldn't do anything about it, it seems that he has connections with a lot of these people who work with these orphanages. And essentially, there is a chance that they are giving away the babies, giving them away as orphans, or killing them. Or there are many of his babies out there. And it's hard to tell because they have redacted so much. Also, I'm glad you brought up Erica Kirk. Erica Kirk, well, I'll just show you. So she's in a bit of a pickle. For those of you who don't know, Erica Kirk, couple of things. First of all, she's been in all of Charlie's podcasts with the wedding picture gone. She has replaced the wedding picture of her and Charlie behind her. She's getting over it very quickly, it seems. Well, let me just read this to you. This is from Project Constitution. Now, I did fact check this before I put it on my list. Here, I'll show you let's look at this entire screen so you can see that it's real, because this is very bizarre. This is what's up with Erica Kirk, okay? She's in a scandal as of yesterday. This is so gross. You're not going to believe this one. It's really crazy. Okay. So, Erica Kirk caught posting foot fetish content with her own mother. This is the woman telling your daughters how to behave. You truly cannot make this up. The internet is forever, and the receipts are absolutely disturbing. Now, I did go look this up on the Wayback Machine. It's real. Erica Kirk preaches to young girls about modesty and honoring your parents. From the TPUSA stage, we just uncovered that what she was actually doing during her Miss Arizona days in 2012. We stumbled across these archived tweets from radio host John J. Van Ness interacting with Erica. He quotes a now deleted tweet from her that says, "Your wish is my command, all the way from the streets of Bucharest, mom and daughter, feet of the day." Let that sink in. Your wish is my command. Submitting to the requests of creepy men online, mom and daughter. She wasn't just posting her own feet for fetish pages. She involved her mother. The hashtags, they are tagging feet of the day and using feet. This isn't a beach pic. This is specific fetish content. The creepy replies. It gets worse. The replies from John Jay and others are stomach churning. I see where you get it from. Mom's feet flawless. Don't want to see MC feet, Mrs. Foot, yes. Random users replying sexy and awesome to a mother-daughter foot post. Again, this woman is telling your daughters how to be ladies. This is the first lady of the conservative movement. Catering to foot fetishists with your own mother in Romania isn't traditional values. It's weird, it's desperate, and it exposes a history of doing anything for male validation online. Ms. Erica Kirk, care to explain this one? Or is it just another front page of the newspaper moment you forgot about? Tag Candace Owens. God, they're messy. Okay. Well, there you go. Now, I did look it up. She still has this account. It's locked down now, but it is on the Wayback Machine. And here you go. She was definitely posting foot fetish pics with her own mother. Damn. So there's that. So that's what's up with Erica. And that's fun. Disgusting. Really disgusting. So, am I frozen? Good. I'm frozen. Great. Excellent. All right. So, that's what's up with, yep, they interviewed for The Amazing Race. And yeah, just, I don't know what to say. It's just astounding. It's disgusting that, of all people, Erica, goddamn, I hate feet, so I'm very against it. And yes, folks would pay to see that content. Absolutely. But with her own mother, like, look, if you're going to sell your feet to make some money, fine. But like with your mother and then to become the leader of the conservative Christian movement after killing your own husband, allegedly, Jesus, girl, like, not a good look. You know what I mean? Just not a good look. Okay. We're going to go over some other stuff in a minute, but I feel like we are behind enough to where we can put Pam Bondi on 1.25, and at least she'll sound a little like a squirrel and it won't suck as bad. What am I saying? It's going to fucking suck. It's Pam Bondi. But let's see what excuses can be made by her for being a heartless bitch who can't do her job. All right, here we go.
Arrest and deport illegal criminal aliens, and that is not going to stop under Donald Trump's administration. You know why sanctuary cities are so dangerous? What we've seen in Minneapolis. Where do all the criminals go? The gangs, TDA, MS-13. Where are they going to go? They're going to go to a sanctuary jurisdiction because they believe they're protected, and that's not fair to the citizens of those cities.
Yeah, and this is a point that there at least used to be a lot of consensus on. The idea that, it's better to do a handoff to the immigration authorities in a custodial setting rather than releasing them where they have to be apprehended in the community. This is Alejandro Mayorkas when he was before this committee, not exactly a paragon of border security, but he said, I do not consider it in the service of public safety to release an individual into the community when that individual can be released to immigration and customs enforcement for prompt removal. Now, his words are one thing, his actions are another. But when you have jurisdictions across the country, including my state of California, doing systematically precisely the thing that even Alejandro Mayorkas said threatens public safety, I mean, what does that say to you?
It's a danger to the citizens of your community, and thank you for fighting to protect them.
Absolutely. And we're having this conversation right now in relation to Homeland Security funding. And I believe there are some common sense reforms that have been proposed that folks on both sides would agree make sense. But those reforms have to go hand in hand with reforming this reckless practice of refusing to cooperate, refusing to honor detainers, and declaring oneself to be a sanctuary. So I'm hoping that we can find bipartisan support for what has long been a bipartisan principle. I want to go to a second topic, which is the school board memo, which I know that you have rescinded. And it was initially promulgated by Attorney General Garland when he came into office with President Biden, essentially opening an investigation into parents who are showing up at school board meetings and expressing their views on COVID policies, masks, various other issues, and using the full apparatus of federal law enforcement and counterterrorism to go after these parents. Now, he said this was because there was an increase of threats, but when even his own FBI director, Christopher Wray, was before this committee, he said there was no evidence of an increase in threats. Yet nevertheless, when I asked him if he regretted the memo, Attorney General Garland said there was absolutely nothing wrong with the memo. Now, I take it you disagree with that, having now rescinded it?
Absolutely. That was one of the main focuses of President Trump and this administration. We will protect parents at school boards. We will protect children in schools. We will protect parents' rights for their children's education in our school system in this country. We will protect Christians. We will protect everyone who wants to freely protest. If Christians want to protest in front of an abortion clinic without being arrested, they will do so.
Thank you very much. And finally, I thank you for your efforts to step up the detection and rooting out of fraud. My home state is California. Any idea if there might be any fraud going on in California?
Well, we are establishing, as you have heard, a fraud unit, and I'm sorry you're having to deal with that in your state, but the cavalry's coming, and we hopefully will be confirmed soon. We're working on Minneapolis. I don't know if you were sitting here when I said that, but California was right up there. I'm sorry to say for both sides of the aisle that California is right up there with fraud. It's out of control, but we are coming to your rescue. Donald Trump is coming to the rescue.
Well, thank you very much. And unfortunately, I think you'll find that what's happening in California pales in comparison to what's been going on in Minnesota. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Actually, I think the gentlelady from Pennsylvania.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Bondi, I'm here. On September 25th, President Trump signed a memorandum known as NSPM 7, purporting to address domestic terrorism. But Americans across the political spectrum were immediately alarmed by the memo's blurring of the line between unlawful conduct and constitutionally protected speech and activity, as well as its call to investigate, prosecute, and dismantle groups that the president and Stephen Miller described without evidence as, quote, an organized campaign of radical left terrorism. Now, counterterrorism experts were further alarmed by the administration's singular focus on left-wing extremism, combined with the sudden deletion from the DOJ website of decades of research and law enforcement analysis, which had concluded that right-wing extremism poses the greatest terrorism threat to Americans. The president's memo broadly and vaguely links violent conduct to ideologies, and it targeted specifically anti-American, anti-Christian, and anti-capitalist beliefs, as well as, quote, hostility to so-called traditional American views on family, religion, and morality, end quote. President Trump has repeatedly and openly, however falsely, tried to brand his political opponents with these sentiments listed in his memo. But as you know, as a lawyer, holding beliefs that the White House disagrees with is not a crime. And the statute defining domestic terrorism requires criminal acts, not just thoughts and ideas. That's why legal experts, nonprofit leaders, religious freedom, and civil rights advocates immediately raised the alarm that the new president was a politically motivated attack on civil society designed to silence those who disagree with the administration. So, Ms. Bondi, Section 3 of that memo directed you, as Attorney General, to submit to the President and Stephen Miller a list of groups or entities whose members are engaged in acts that meet the definition of domestic terrorism. And then on December 4th, you directed the FBI to work with a variety of law enforcement entities to compile a list of groups and entities engaged in such acts by January 3rd, 2026, and to update that report every 30 days thereafter. So can we assume that you or persons under your direction at the Department of Justice have prepared that list of groups or entities who are designated as domestic terrorist organizations? And I just remind you, that's a yes or no question. Did you
Well, I'm
prepare
not
the
going to answer it
list?
yes or no, but what I will say is I know Antifa is part of that. I
Okay.
will talk to you about
I'm
that. And
reclaiming
on
my time.
February
I
5th,
asked you whether
2025,
you
an
prepared
Antifa member
a
was
list.
arrested in Minneapolis
I'm
federal court
reclaiming
for
my
cyber
time.
stalking.
Did you
They
have
ask a
a
question and
list?
don't want an answer. This
The
is
answer is yes or
Time
no.
belongs to the gentleman from Pennsylvania. Don't lady.
Okay, let's talk about this for just a second. All right. So that book in front of her, and by the way, how crazy is it, right? That the DOJ was tasked by Pam Bondi to go ahead and go after a bunch of Democrats and dig into them for interfering with an election that Republicans won, okay, in addition to the one that they didn't. So it was both elections because they have to prove that the voting machines that, by the way, in 2020 and 2024 and 2016, so all three elections, guess who owns the patents for the chips in the voting machines? That's right, Ivanka Trump does. Okay. Where did she get those patents? From China, because that's where the chips come from. When did she get those patents? 21 of them specifically for all different versions of our voting machines. Do you know where she got them? She got them from China, and she got them right before Trump decided, hey, let's go ahead and put a pause, a tariff on Chinese patents. So in order, she buys the patents, Trump becomes president, and then he bans other people from literally buying patents in China. In that fucking order. Okay? So that's a problem. All right? That's a really big problem. So just to be clear here, okay? The DOJ, knowing all of this, has chosen instead to look into Democrats for this. Because who better to deflect away from Ivanka than Miss Bondi here? Now, if she owned the patents, why did Biden win that second time around? Here's the deal. He won in the places they didn't expect him to, so it kind of overrode their plan. It kind of didn't work for them because they didn't think that historically red districts would flip. So it didn't work for them. It really didn't. And here's the other thing. Here's the other thing that's very concerning. The same people that she is tasked to go after and look into, which are only a list of Democrats. Okay, there are no Republicans on this list. Include Eric Swalwell, who she just spoke to about allowing death threats to go unanswered by the DOJ. This is very, very, very concerning. It's bad. It's bad. Meanwhile, we have had this entire time, every single Republican has brought up, what about the Biden administration? What about the Biden administration in regards to the Epstein files? I want to make it very clear. There was a fucking court order keeping all of the Epstein files under seal, literally until 2020, while Ghislaine Maxwell was undergoing the trial process. Okay? So while there is an active case being litigated in court, they cannot release those files. Every single Republican has asked, why didn't Biden release them? What about the last admit? Because they were under seal. I cannot stress enough how infuriating it is, because the Republicans know this and they keep saying it knowing it's false. So as long as they keep saying it, I'm going to keep repeating the truth. It was under fucking seal. They weren't allowed to release it by court order from a federal judge. Let's continue.
Okay, so will you commit to providing this committee with any list of organizations that you have recommended be designated as domestic terrorist organizations?
We will comply with the law in all matters.
Will you commit to provide this committee with your list of entities that you recommend be designated as domestic?
Oh yeah, back to the book. Let's talk about the book real quick. So that book is the burn book. If you didn't see the very beginning, they actually put that on the record. The person who opened the hearing put that on the record. I see what you have here is a burn book. It's literally a list of every single representative up there and a fucking, what do you call it? Whatever their, what's the word I'm looking for? Their scandal. So all the scandals involving them, it's a list of names with every scandal, so that if they ask her questions she doesn't like, she can bring up something they did. It's literally going to be filled with, what about this? Which is why you hear her say that over and over and over. It's absurd. Some of these are straight up yes or no questions. Why can't she answer them?
Terrorist organizations.
I'm not going to commit to anything to you because you won't let me answer questions.
Okay, well then we do understand that your current position is that you have a secret list of people or groups that you are accusing of domestic terrorism, but you won't share it with Congress. And I'd remind you that when the US government designates an entity as a foreign terrorist organization, it must report that to Congress and to the entity, because the government can make a mistake and the entity has the opportunity to contest it. So your position seems to be that if you falsely designate an American or an American organization as a terrorist group, there's nothing they can do about it. I think we get it. You don't want to answer the
No,
question.
you don't get anything regarding public safety.
Thank you.
Nothing.
Thank you for the insult. It's clear you didn't come to Congress prepared to answer questions that the American people have.
Oh my God. Thank you for the insult is so fucking funny. And also, it's clear you didn't come prepared is also very funny. I love whoever this is talking to her.
Have every right to have answered. But if you were to prepared to answer truthfully, here's what we expect the facts to show. The administration is keeping lists of Americans who the White House says are engaged in domestic terrorism. Those lists could include Americans who have not committed any acts of terrorism, but simply disagree with this administration, people like Renee Good and Alex Preddy. And your list may include clergy, elected officials, and members of indivisible groups across the country. And those lists likely don't include Proud Boys or Oath Keepers who were actually convicted Americans have never tolerated political demagogues who use the government to punish people on an enemies list. It brought down McCarthy.
Okay, I'm a little pissed at how over time the Democrats are going, but also I'm very pissed at how she's not answering any questions. She's snapping a lot. I also wanted to say, for anybody out here who is watching, who is not from the United States, and doesn't understand why we're allowing this to happen, or why this has turned into a fucking shit show, or why they are not asking questions. They're just chastising her because she deserves it, frankly. But why are they sometimes just saying things, right? And not asking questions? It's because in their 5 minutes, they can do whatever they want. They can ask a question, but a lot of them, both Republicans and Democrats on both sides, have taken this time to just get things on record. Why are they doing that? Because when they can get something on a record in a oversight hearing, congressional hearing, any sort of hearing like this, then it's basically another opportunity for them to say, no, we did bring that up in the past. And you did not answer it. Getting it on the record shows that it's official, that it happened, and that it's real. And that's something that's very, very important in this time. Yes, they can also yield their time if they want. They can give it to someone else, like rollover minutes. That's always fun. But yeah, you will notice a lot of them doing that on both sides. Sometimes that can be a good thing. Like if you're talking to somebody who is behaving like her, a hostile fucking witness, sometimes when you know that bullshit is just going to stream out of their mouth, it's best to just take that time and use it wisely. And sometimes they do that to get shit on the record because they just know whatever she says is not going to be a good answer. But also they can coordinate ahead of time with people there who are also like-minded in their endeavors. In this case, a lot of these people are taking this opportunity to question her about the things that are pissing them off about the DOJ, and a lot of them have agreed. We are here to talk about ICE and Epstein. Everybody else talking about other shit might use that time to get mad about something, like Eric with his hey, people are trying to kill my fucking family, why didn't you help? And then other people are like, hey, why are you looking into election interference? And then other people are like, hey, you did a good job and I like you. Can you bend over so I can stick my fucking nose further up your ass? So that's pretty much what that's about. I'm sorry that we're like this. I don't know what else to say. I don't know what's wrong with this country.
Gentlelady's
It brought down
expired.
Nixon,
Time of
and
the
it will
gentlelady's
bring down
expired.
this administration as well.
And you were right.
I yield back.
That's why we're so glad they rescinded the
That's right.
memorandum targeting parents. For goodness sake, as the gentleman from California just pointed out in his 5 minutes, the gentleman from Kentucky is recognized. For
May I
5
respond very briefly to her statement?
minutes. I think we can do that
Okay.
probably on
Next.
one of our
Oh,
members.
Okay, thank you. I don't want that to get away. Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Behind me, I have 3 documents from the DOJ production. They're emblematic of the massive failure of the DOJ to comply with the Epstein Files Transparency Act. To my right is an email that was sent by the victim's lawyers to the DOJ. It was a list of names not to redact, a list of names not to release. What did the DOJ do with this email? They released this email in the document production. Literally the worst thing you could do to the survivors, you did. And they're getting phone calls. A lot of these people didn't want to be known. And we know you touched the document because you redacted one name and you redacted the lawyer's name, but you left the survivor's name there. The next document I want to show you, and that was in the title, the victims' survivors' names, all right? The title of this one is Child Sex Trafficking, Co-Conspirators, fully redacted. And by the way, we're going to unredact them here. Les Wexner is in this. Now your your deputy attorney general said, oh, well, he appears hundreds of times in the files, but he doesn't appear in this file until I forced you to release it, where he's listed as a co-conspirator, not to tax evasion, but to child sex trafficking, not to prostitution, not to money laundering, child sex trafficking. And then finally, what we have here is the third exhibit that I have is emblematic of the FD 302 release. These are the documents that we need, that you're holding on to and over-redacting because they have the names of the men who are implicated. How do we know? Because the survivors gave testimony to the FBI, and it's in there. And what happens when you go to the portal at the DOJ to look at what's behind this redaction? Another redaction. So we can't even see them. And then there's some of these files you've pulled down from the website that we will never see because we can't search the redactions. So I have several questions for you. Who's responsible? Are you able to track who in your organization made this massive failure and released the victims' names? Are you able to track who it was that obscured Les Wexner's name as a co-conspirator in an FBI document? Do you have that kind of accountability?
I believe Wexner's name was listed more than 4,000 times about, I had.
Yeah, I already told you that.
Can I
This is where he's listed as a
Can I finish
co-conspirator.
my answer? Come on, let me finish my answer. We corrected that within 40 minutes. He was already, you're acting like everybody's trying to cover up Wexner's name. He
Reclaiming
was
reclaiming my
listed- I'm
time.
gonna answer this question.
Reclaiming my time.
He
It's-
was,
Mr.
this isn't
Chairman,
how this works.
can I have my time
He
back?
was,
Mr. Chairman,
The gentlelady can give her answer. The time belongs to the gentleman from.
all right, I'm
Kentucky.
reclaiming my
Can I give
time.
my answer?
So I'm
Yes.
going to put the language of the bill up on the screen.
Chairman,
because
may
I
I
have
give my
another
answer
question.
on that?
If-
Here's
It's a political
the question.
joke, and I need to give my answer
Yeah,
on that.
we'll let the Attorney General respond, and then the gentleman can move to his
Chairman,
next
it's
question.
my time.
Within 40
Chairman.
minutes, you asked me a question.
You can
Within
give me-
40 minutes, Wexner's name was added back.
Within 40 minutes
You
of me catching you red-handed.
Red hand, there was one redaction out
Where
of
he's
over
listed as a co-conspirator.
4,700,
Okay.
and we
You
invited
know what?
you
Show-
in.
show the video.
This
Show
guy
the-
has Trump
Gentlemen.
derangement syndrome. He needs
Show
to
the
get, you're a failed
He won.
politician.
Gentlemen,
You need to
I'm-
get on
want you to watch
stage
the-
now.
Chairman, please restore his time and remind the witness of the
himself,
rules
there
here.
is
I-
no
I-
credible information. None. I would bring the case yesterday that he trafficked to other individuals.
Is that your position as well?
My position is any victim who comes forward, of course, we would love to hear from them. 1-800-CALL FBI. Did you ask Merrick Garland that the last 4 years? Did you talk about Epstein?
I'm
at
reclaiming
all
my
the
time.
last
I'm
4
glad you're
years?
asking about Merrick
You
Garland.
don't get to reclaim
because this
time when
is
you don't,
bigger than
when you can't-
Watergate.
when I don't answer
This-
the question the way
This
you
goes
want.
over 4 administrations. You don't have to go back to Biden. Let's go back to Obama. Let's go back to George Bush. This cover-up spans decades, and you are responsible for this portion of it.
And that's
Now,
where the
I want to know, at what point, at what
Oh
point,
my God. Hold on. Who is this baddie? Who is this bad motherfucker? I love everything he's saying because he's right. This shit goes back real fucking far. Also, oh my God, Charles. I know you had to. I know you had to. It's worth it because you're right. You're absolutely right. Yep. Canada's Epstein, dude. That's terrifying. What does your dad think about him? Your dad, like he's a prick. Usually a lot of these guys get described as charming because they put on this super charming persona. And it turns out, nope. Yeah, Sayville reminded me of a less dark webby version of Dr. Gloves. And if you don't know what Dr. Gloves is, don't look into it. Just be happy you don't know. Because that's probably the only thing more fucked up than this.
did the FBI and the DOJ decide that Lex Wessner was not a co-conspirator? Because our Epstein Files Transparency Act requires you, please put it back on the screen, please, to release the internal decision about whether to prosecute him or not, and it's not in the files, and it's not in the files for any of these other men.
Time of the gentleman has
Which,
expired.
may she answer?
And he's a hypocrite because he voted against the ban that we were talking about on deep fake AI porn. Only 2 people voted.
It's deep fake. It's not real. It's fake. This is real. You stupid bitch. You're working on banning fake porn? When we're trying to get you to prosecute real rape. Is she serious right now? You're worried about fake porn when there is real child rape. Holy shit. This bitch ate a brain tumor for breakfast.
Against it, and you were one of them, hypocrite.
The gentleman's time has expired.
Mr. Chairman.
You know what? It's not a question of better. It's a question of what's worse. In AI porn, no one gets penetrated. In real life, a child is not sexually assaulted and hurt. Yeah, they're a victim, but it's different. It's a different kind of victimization. You know that some of the men in this hurt these girls so bad that they can't have kids. They had to go to hospitals. You know that one girl, her parents took her there. Her parents took her there. And she left bleeding and crying, and she was punished for ruining their vacation with Epstein. You know that he put things in those girls that were so horrible that he cracked their insides. There is a video in the files of Epstein with a baby, a 2-year-old, in a pool years after he was prosecuted as a sex offender. Like, this is real shit happening, and she's worried about fake future shit. So when I tell you that it's bad, it's really bad. And imagine being, you understand, Lauren, but here's what's crazy. Okay, we talked about this a little. We're going to do a whole episode on it, but let me explain how bizarre that some of this shit is, okay? Just one thing that's really, this has been bugging me a lot. Lauren Boebert is the woman who got fingered during the Beetlejuice play, who owns a restaurant that is based solely around guns, that literally said she agrees with Charlie Kirk that a couple of children have to die so that we can have gun rights, and that they're okay with the school shootings because it's worth it for a Second Amendment. Like, that woman, okay? That woman who has been one of the ringleaders in kissing Trump's ass harder than Matt Gaetz ever did and Marjorie Taylor Greene ever did. And do you see a trend here? Because who's no longer with us? Matt Gaetz and Marjorie Taylor Greene, right? She was worse than them. Okay? She was worse than them as far as Delulu. Something she saw made her turn babyface, made her go, nah, fuck this. That's bad, right? So her and some of these others who have taken their time to go see the files saw what was done to these children. And for this woman to sit in front of Epstein victim, they are behind her and to the left, the actual victims, and to refuse to apologize. They saw things being done to tiny kids and things being done to teens. A girl bled all over her journal and wrote about how she was too young to birth a child. And she was scared he was going to force her to. And for anybody who thinks, oh, but Trump called the police, you know that he was calling the police in 2006 to find out what they knew about him? You remember the whole thing about he's the piggy that's not going to squeal? That's because Epstein didn't squeal on Trump, even though they deposed him. He didn't squeal on him. It's a really fucked up situation. You know that the day Epstein met with the guy who created 4chan, the politically incorrect boards were started, and all of a sudden QAnon pops up and Pizzagate gets pushed, and there are emails between Bannon and Epstein that literally echo the 4chan posts? Do you know that Steve Bannon was Q? Because that's in there. That's fucking in there. The DOJ has the evidence list. They have the logs. They actually traced the fake posts of people who claim to have worked for Epstein back to a man in San Antonio, back to another guy in Florida. And what's interesting is the one in Florida seems to be pretty much the exact same area in Palm Beach where Bannon lived. They literally investigated it. And they now know that the day Epstein met with this motherfucker who started 4chan, created it, the poll boards pop up, and then QAnon is created, and then drops from in the White House happen. QAnon was created by idiots on 4chan. We just had no idea those idiots were literally Epstein and Bannon himself. Like, they were posing as 4chan incels and posting. It's insane. And think about that. Then Steve Bannon goes on the news right after that and says he predicts a civil war and starts bringing up Pizzagate and QAnon. And then Lauren Boebert and Marjorie, they all believe and push QAnon. And then they see the files, and all of a sudden, now they're flipping sides because they just realized, in my opinion, that all this stuff they're saying came from the people who were doing it, and they spent the last 4 to 8 years pushing the agenda of the very people who are molesting those kids that they are watching on a computer. You realize that they pushed QAnon not knowing that it was Epstein and Bannon's shit. They literally fucked up so bad because they are partially responsible for a lot of the worst things that came from it, including school shootings, covering up child rape, and pushing conspiracies that caused an insane divide in this country, and they believed in them. To find out that this pedophile was the one pushing the thing that they valued the most, I think they know that they're going down for it. I don't understand how people don't realize what a huge deal that is. QAnon like tore up families. It caused bomb threats. It caused shootings. And it covered up for all these people. It helped Donald Trump win an election. It did exactly what Bannon said it would do. And it all began the day they met with the guy from Fort. Like, that's insane. That is actually some stuff that is in some of the books that the scholars who met with Epstein discussed with him. He literally studied mind manipulation under people from MIT. It's really nuts. I agree completely. A lot of stuff was done by people from both sides. The problem is who's covering it up right now. Because the people I see voting against it are Republicans. Again, Bill and Hillary said, let's fucking do this publicly. Agreed. Burn them all. I don't give a fuck if it's both of them. Fire them all. I don't care what your political party is. If you did it, you're fucking fired. I don't want to know why these people are covering up for them. This is bad. This is so bad.
Mr. Chairman, could she answer the question?
Chairman, I was wondering, the gentlelady's allowed, the Attorney General's allowed to respond the way she wants to respond to any member's questions, Republican, Democrat.
I have unanimous consent request.
Gentleman's recognized for a UC.
All right. This is an example. I'm submitting these 302 forms that are entirely redacted. Even when you go to look at them.
Without objection.
I'm submitting a witness statement that implicates Les Wexner.
Without objection.
I'm submitting an article from the New York Times that the DOJ released nude photos and identifiable pictures of the victims. I'm submitting a letter from AG Bondi to Cash Patel, imploring him to quit keeping the files when you found out that they were keeping files from you, because they're still redacting files that you.
Chairman, are we going to recess for votes?
Yes, we are.
I'm submitting for unanimous consent a document of 17 individuals who've resigned because of the Epstein files.
Without objection. Just want to check on how much time we have left in votes. But one thing I've learned here of late that they'll wait on us. How much time do we have? Oh, they just called. Okay. The recognizes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to start by saying I appreciate what you said, Attorney General Bondi, and you said it to me personally, that you take the personal security of every member of Congress seriously and that people can contact you about that. And in these times, that's a very serious matter. So I thank you for that. Article 2, Section 1, Clause 7 of the Constitution is the Domestic Emoluments Clause. And it says that the president is limited to his salary in office and cannot receive any other money from the federal government while he's in office. It cannot be increased by $1. This president is the first president in U.S. history who has repeatedly sued the federal government for $230 million for the judicial search warrant at Mar-a-Lago, which was perfectly lawful and was never struck down. But now he's suing the IRS for $10 billion. He's suing the IRS for $10 billion, which I think is around 80% of its annual budget, because his tax returns were leaked. And they were illegally leaked by a private contractor who actually is in prison now, Charles Littlejohn, but he wants $10 billion. Now, but I want to ask you the question of whether you think it would violate the Domestic Emoluments Clause for you to settle that $10 billion case or any of the other claims that the president's made against the government. He himself has remarked, it's interesting because I'm the one that makes the deal, right? And he says, I kind of have to work it out with myself. Do you think it would violate the Domestic Emoluments Clause for the president to work out a deal from people who are his subordinates under his unitary executive theory to get money in one of these cases?
I'm not going to discuss pending litigation.
Okay, so theoretically, you're saying because his privacy rights were violated in that tax case, and they were. I'm with the president on that. I mean, his Mar-a-Lago thing is ridiculous, but there's no doubt that his tax returns, despite the fact that he promised to release them, despite the fact that every other president released the tax returns, he suffered embarrassment when it showed that he hadn't paid taxes for several years, and he had a right for that not to happen. Now, I want to turn back to the Epstein survivors, because President Trump—
Wait. Why glaze over that? He hasn't paid taxes in 10 years. He paid $750 one year and $750 another year. And then for 10 years, he didn't pay taxes. I have to pay taxes, right? So, like, why doesn't he?
may have been a little bit embarrassed by the release of those tax returns. How much do you think the claims of these survivors are worth? As the good congressman from Kentucky just pointed out, there were lots of survivors who had decided, for reasons of their own, never to release their names. That determination was represented to people in Congress, and we built it into our federal law that their names could not be released, and yet you published their names, their phone numbers, their addresses, personally identifying information. If Donald Trump can get $10 billion theoretically from the Department of Justice, how much should these people get for a far worse violation of their privacy rights and a far greater danger established to them in their lives?
That is an amazing question, because not only did the federal government do that to these survivors, but it was criminal because they were underage. They released naked pictures of children. Child sexual material distribution is punishable on a federal level, yet they are the federal government. That's a great question. And also, why on earth would the fucking president get $10 billion when his taxes were released because he fired the people who were actually doing a pretty decent job of covering for him? Let's not forget, he fired a bunch of people, put Elon in charge. So, like, this is your fault, dude. You got Cash Patel. And now the FBI is arresting the wrong guy for the Guthries. Oh, so what? Oh, now they have nude pictures of children. That's what happened. And also, you know what happened to some of the survivors? Because some of them, not only were their names never released, but they never ever showed up to any of this shit because they don't want people to know. So nobody knew. And then they started getting death threats. And then people started sending them to them. Like the videos of them, the pictures. Imagine that. Imagine how terrified they were. Because one of the things that Jeffrey used to tell them is he would threaten them. He would threaten their families, and he would say, I own the banks and I own the government. They all of a sudden get this. And they're thinking the only person who would have this is Jeffrey, but Jeffrey's supposed to be dead. Some of the victims had to go to psych hospitals because they had a mental breakdown. They thought they were being threatened by the people who hurt them. You know, this is in no way in line with what they're going through. But I will say that this has happened before for other really tragic things. Trump, when the Sutherland Springs shooting happened, used a copy paste from his last statement on Twitter that said, "I'm sorry about the tragedy. Our thoughts are with blah, blah, blah," and then starts Sutherland Springs and then starts talking about guns and how the guns didn't do it. And it was a radical Democrat, which it wasn't. The kid was a Republican. And he killed people in a church. When that happened, it was horrific. And then the Parkland shooting happened. And he accidentally tweeted the same tweet, but he forgot to put Parkland. He put Sutherland Springs. So everybody in Sutherland Springs started freaking out, thinking it was happening again because the president tweeted it. That was fucking horrific. That caused a lot of disturbing PTSD for a lot of people that I personally know. This shit, imagine those, it's so personal to them. This is an epic fuck up. Did the president get punished for that? No, because guess what? He did it again. He did it again with another mass shooting, and he accidentally just used the same tweet. And he tweeted that mass shooting at the at one of the nightclubs. It was so fucked up. Like, he just kept doing it. Also, another weird thing that happened today, in case you guys missed it, the FAA shut down all air traffic between New Mexico and El Paso along the border. And they said it's going to be shut for 10 days. They have not shut down public air traffic that long, let alone last minute like that. That has not happened since 9/11. And then everyone in Congress freaked out because they're like, we're about to go to this hearing and that's not legal. That, like, it literally takes an act of Congress, and they didn't approve that. So then everybody started freaking out because, I mean, that's a huge deal. People got to get to work. People got to get home. 10 days. What the fuck? Also, where was that detainee center? Where's the detention center that ICE was bringing everyone from Minnesota? Oh, that's right, El Paso. And when they release those families, they don't pay for you to get back home. You're just stuck there. So my first thought is, wow, or is this actually, because it is fought. There's a timeline of World War II. You could compare it, the beginning of very specific dictator, perhaps the most evil man in history's reign. The first 30 things that he did leading up to the war and the creation of what we eventually would know as Nazi Germany, of the first 30, we've had 17 happen in our country since this administration took over. A man just got released after 5 months in ICE custody, who is an American citizen, who was not told shit, who said that it reminded him of the shit he used to read about concentration camps, because people are dying. People are being tortured and people are being beaten. There is a pair of infant twins, not even infants, they're newborns. I think they're 2-month-old. They are refusing to release them from Dilley ICE custody because of their lack of assets and property. 2 twin babies who are American citizens. And then now we're allowing the Attorney General to talk to us like this, while the people in charge of her and our government raped kids. This is terrifying, and we need to do something. So today, as all of this is culminating and feeling very overwhelming and upsetting everyone on both sides. It really is a little similar to 9/11 because finally some Democrats and Republicans are getting on the same page about how this is fucked up. But as if that wasn't heavy enough, then we find out the airspace is mysteriously being shut down, which has not happened since 9/11. So immediately, butthole puckering, I go, oh shit. Are they going to try to do some shit? Detain people and keep them there? And then it occurred to me, oh my God, they were just trying to push this narrative of cartel drones. Are they about to take on the cartel? Because while that might not be scary to a lot of people up north here in Texas, that's terrifying because they're very much here. There was literally a kidnap house like down the road from me that had 12 people being held kidnapped by cartel members several years ago. Like, it's bad here. So like, that's terrifying. But then there was the thought like, holy shit, because I don't know if you saw it, but yesterday, Kristi Noem, you know, that vapid cunt who went ahead and said, shoot these American citizens, just signed a resolution paying billions of dollars out of our tax money for the steel for her new border wall, the one Mexico was going to pay for. Yeah, no, we're paying for it. And she went ahead and signed that thing and purchased an epic fuck ton of steel and said it's going to the wall. So we're paying for that now. And that's when it occurred to me, oh my God, they're probably going to take all the National Guard, put it down there, build the wall super fast and shitty so that Trump can have something to go see. I finally kept a promise. And while the National Guard's down here, they're going to go fuck up some more shit up north in Minnesota. Like, that's what I thought. But everyone started to panic. Everyone. People went ape shit for about an hour. And right as this hearing started, one of the congresswomen got it on record. I just want to get it on record now that the FAA has now reopened airspace and said, no worries, everyone. That's after 250,000 Americans canceled their flights. What the fuck? Also, happy birthday, Angela. Happy birthday, Pat. I'm sorry things can't be better in the world.
Do you even know who Chase Mulligan is? You're so obsessed with, you
Okay,
don't, do
I'm
you?
going to teach you the rules again. You're the Attorney General of the United States. We have rules here.
You're obsessed with him.
You're the Attorney General of the United States.
You're
The rules,
obsessed with Donald Trump. You have
No.
Trump derangement syndrome.
Mr. Chairman,
Chase
I'd like my time
Mulligan will be
restored. I'd
sentenced
like my
next
time
week
restored.
in your district. In your district, and
Stop
you
the
don't
clock.
even know about it, about keeping children
belongs
safe
to
from
the
online
gentleman.
predators.
Do you even know who Chase Mulligan is? No, bitch, I fucking don't. Do you know who Jeffrey Epstein is? God damn.
Time belongs to the gentleman from Maryland. Gentleman can proceed.
Yeah, and I want the whole country to look at this because this is the Attorney General of the United States whose job is law enforcement. We've never had a witness who has misunderstood our rules and been unable to conform his or her conduct to our rules before. We have only 5 minutes, and so we use our time to ask you specific questions.
How long are you giving me to answer?
Excuse me, I'm not yielding to you right now. I'd like that second restored too. So, Ms. Bondi, the way it works is we ask you a question and you answer it. And if you go off on a wild goose chase, another tangent, you start reading statistics or you start talking about stuff going on in our district. And by the way, I invite you to my district. Come to my district, but that's not what we're here to do today. Okay? So, and you do that, then we're allowed to say we reclaim our time. At that point, you have to be quiet. You have no choice. You have to be quiet. So I hope you understand the rule of this point. Now, here's what I want to ask you. You're in law enforcement. We've seen all kinds of evidence of crimes. And when we go over to the Department of Justice for the 4 computers for every member of Congress, we see more evidence of crimes. Will you create a joint task force of the Department of Justice and governors and state attorney generals and district attorneys across the country to investigate the crimes that have taken place against these victims and more than 1,000 like them? The DOJ is not doing its job. Will you create a task force with state and local law enforcement to make that happen?
Gentlelady can respond. If she wants to.
Thank you, Chairman. He called Chase Mulligan a wild goose chase and didn't even know who he was. He is a defendant.
Your
in
Honor,
own
defer.
district who prayed.
Miss Janice. Judge Athens. Your Honor, this is so unfair. Your Honor, I think I want to appeal. Your Honor. Your Honor, stop. This is propaganda. Your Honor, this is fake. Don't believe what they say.
On girls.
Mr. Chairman.
Well, you know what? If he were part of the Epstein investigation, you wouldn't do anything about it.
Online chat rooms and committed sextortion. Yet he didn't even know in your tiny little district who he was.
She's embarrassing.
See how she immediately found, oh, I happen to know your tiny little district. And I'm going to go ahead and pull out Chase Mulligan. Bitch, fuck Chase Mulligan. Let him handle it. You do your fucking job. When are you going to fuck up Trump and quit licking his boots?
He's about to be.
This is your committee, and she is embarrassing
Shame
you.
on you.
Time of the.
Also, who the fuck is this guy? Looking directly at the camera. Okay, sir. Sir, you're like that bird, okay, that like gets up on the traffic camera. Like, I need you to calm down right now, sir.
Gentleman has expired. I would remind the committee that last Congress, Secretary Mayorkas was here numerous times, and he wouldn't answer our questions, even when we sent them to him ahead of time in writing. So that's what we've had to do.
Oh, I love this. Here's the time you guys. You know what's crazy is that these are all adults, and every time we see one of these hearings going as far back as fucking Bill Clinton, because that's the last one I can remember with my tiny lady kid brain. I'm telling you, every time. It happened in Clinton, it happened in both the Bushes, it happened in fucking with Trump, with Obama, and literally everyone. Here's how the hearing goes. It goes, we have a question about why shit's fucked up. Remember when you guys fucked up shit? Yeah, I do remember when we fucked up shit, but you're fucking up shit now. Okay, well, why don't you ask them before me because they fucked up shit? Okay, well, I can't go back in time, so I'm asking you. Okay, well, here's some shit you fucked up. And that happens every single question, every single hearing, every single fucking scandal for years and years and years. I don't know if we've ever truly seen one where someone asks a yes or no question and the person responds with yes or no. So why don't we just buradanga these motherfuckers? Why don't we just get some scopolamine, blow it in their fucking face, and ask them questions when they can't fucking lie? And then we'll take their credit cards and fucking buy shit on eBay. Like, I don't know what you want from me. That's the only thing I can think of. Because everyone's fucking lying to our faces. Can we storm the Bastille? I think we can, legally. What happened to the well-armed militia thing? How do we do that?
Deal with. I think the Attorney General is doing just fine. We have votes shortly. I will go to the gentleman from Virginia, and then we will take a break to head to the floor.
I thank the chairman, Attorney General Bondi. Thank you for being here. And I wanted to thank you for your work at DOJ in restoring the rule of law, encouraging transparency surrounding Jack Smith's partisan investigations into President Trump, declassifying information about the Russia collusion hoax, cracking down on sanctuary jurisdictions, and establishing the National Fraud Enforcement Division. Let me first go to securing the border and immigration enforcement. Our new governor has recently rescinded.
Just to be clear, there was no Russia collusion hoax. It was actually found to be true. And they arrested a whistleblower named Reality Winner. And she went to prison for it. And if it wasn't fucking real, she wouldn't be in fucking prison. So there you go.
Cooperation between the state and ICE. Can you talk about, have you evaluated the public safety impact, how that would affect safety in Virginia to withdraw that support and what that would do to activity, criminal activity involving illegal immigrants in Virginia?
Yes, it would be detrimental. And as you know, Congressman, one of the top members of MS-13 in the entire country was living in Virginia.
Yeah.
In a suburb, among all of us, living not even probably half an hour away from where we are now. And the cooperation previously with the governor, with the members of the state of Virginia, helped catch him and take him off our streets. An illegal MS-13, one of the heads for the entire country, was living in Virginia. And it's a shame that that's happening now. And thank you for bringing it, talking about it, because we're going to keep America safe. And when people feel like they can flee to these cities and states and be safe, they can't, because Donald Trump is going to protect Americans. We're going to protect the citizens there, whether or not the governors, the mayors.
Yo, Pam, that's fucking crazy, dude. Did you know that one of the top predators in the Epstein files lives in Washington, D.C. and is the president? That's crazy. What are you going to do about him, Pam?
Are going to do it or not, but President Trump is. We're going to keep Americans safe from violent gang members like he's been doing this last year.
We appreciate that. We appreciate your work to make that happen in Virginia and keep Virginia safe. I want to move on to the fraud enforcement division that you've established. My understanding is that this initiative is intended to centralize.
You know what? I'm so glad that you brought that up. I'm so glad. You know why I'm glad you brought that up? Because one of the reasons her family is in pictures with Epstein in the Epstein files is specifically because she's from Florida. And here's the thing. It was up to her, Pam Bondi, to reinvestigate the Alex Acosta situation and the whole first round of Epstein fucking around with children, because when she came in from the prosecutor's office, she was basically given the task of like, hey, should we reinvestigate this? And there's this entire email chain where it's actually discussed by the Palm Beach police. Like, we should bump this up to an out-of-county prosecutor to look at this, because I don't think this is being charged right. And the police chief went, no, nothing to see here. It's very interesting because also Epstein used to send grants to the cops, but so did Trump. And the whole thing with why they broke up, that was only temporary. That's because in 2005, they both wanted to purchase this property, a real fucking bad, Palm Beach. There was kind of a bit of a, like a duel between them. They both put bids on the same property. They both really wanted this property. It's really fancy. Trump ended up winning, but it was a bid off. And it was like, I'm gonna put an offer for this. And then Trump tells the realtor, I'm gonna put an offer for this. And Epstein drove the price up really high and then said, nah, let him have it. And by then, Trump was so fucking pissed. And he was like, I fucking hate him. And then Epstein goes down. And then Trump goes, oh, fuck, oh, shit, oh, fuck, oh, shit. This is bad, because he's really pissed at me and he has a lot of compromise on me, because we used to share masseuses between Mar-a-Lago and his fucking residence and the whole like raping kids thing. So he was like, oh, shit, oh, shit, oh, shit. I hope he doesn't squeal. So him calling the cops to say he's a bad man, that was a little bit of revenge mixed in. What has he told you? I'm going to get ahead of this and tell them he's evil and I'm on your side. But that didn't stop him from getting deposed, okay? And the thing is, the police chief did try to cover for him, but there was another police chief who came in and he was like, that's not cool. And then the Alex Acosta deal happened. And that chief was like, yo, what? And appealed over and over to outside prosecutors to fucking do something. And then when Pam took charge, that's when a lot of other victims started coming forward. But here's the problem. She didn't want to hear it from them either. This isn't the first time she's had an opportunity to cover for these motherfuckers. Okay? This is like the second or third. It's pretty fucking crazy. It's really wild.
Coordinate enforcement of fraud laws related to government programs. You've talked about Minnesota. You've talked about California. Would this affect Virginia as well? Because we have fraud in Virginia as well.
Absolutely, and we look forward to working with you.
Would this affect things like long-term care accountability, senior living facilities engaged in Medicaid fraud, including systemic overbilling practices and the misappropriation of taxpayer-funded benefits?
That is exactly what it's set up to help.
Okay. I know that whether it was related to fraud specifically or another subject, that under the Biden administration, there was.
Okay, so I don't care about the answer to this. It has nothing to do with Epstein. They do come back. But I'm going to give us a little break from this evil swamp witch so that we could go over some other Epstein file stuff, okay? I want to get into the stuff that's in our title that we're here for. And then we'll end it when she has had some time to answer questions. Because in the order they're going, I do believe usually in these hearings, like the biggest fucking the biggest spankings, the biggest lashings come at the very end. So we're going to wait. And also, yes, true, just like Australia, not all Floridians are bad. We got Darlene in here. Okay, totally clipped. There's plenty of you guys from Florida who are good. But it's kind of like me in Texas. Like, we are not our state. You know what I mean? I apologize for my state. You don't have to apologize for Florida because there's nothing you can say. But the point is, not everyone is as bad as their state, okay? I mean, fucking Jeffrey Epstein, yeah, he was Mossad, but that doesn't make all Jews bad. Like, Jews are great people and they've already suffered a lot. Like, chill. And here's another thing. I know I'm going to get some shit and people are going to be like, what about Palestine? They're great too. We are not our government. Okay, our government is usually elites that are fucking pricks that will actually shoot a baby. Most people are not like that. My Trump-loving, Fox-obsessed, abusive parents go to Florida for 6 weeks at the end of February, and I can't wait. But they feel accepted there, I guess. Yeah, they're going to love it. They're going to have the best time. Let me see. The good news is the pedos don't want your parents. They're too old. The bad news is, the pedos also aren't getting prosecuted, and that's very concerning. So, it's really a lose-lose there. Okay. So we looked at the Erica Kirk stuff, the feet stuff. That was pretty crazy. I just wanted to point that out because that was a thing. All right, let me pop in so you guys can see me. Hello, everybody. Let's do this. Let's do a little palate cleanser and then we'll get into this stuff because it is kind of fucked up and it's obviously fucked up. It's all very heavy. But I feel like sometimes we need a mental health palate cleanser just so we don't freak out. And I can't think of something better than shower. Darlene, you're a Long Islander at heart. And also the fact that you were on the roof during a hurricane. We'll always love you. You only got the good parts of Florida and you, girl. Okay. And look, I know we got some birthdays coming up. All right. And I know that there's a lot of heavy shit. So we got to do at least one silly in between this part of the palate cleansing. Okay. One time the news covered a cat that behaves like a dog. Would you look at that?
Clarence Armstrong has a unique cat.
Yeah, he's pretty unusual. Let's go. Hey, come on.
His name's Tegri, and he's more like a dog, a cat.
I think he's more intelligent than a dog. He likes this.
Every day when the weather's nice, Clarence and Tegri go for a walk, and they usually end up at a fast food restaurant in Renton.
Would you like that with cheese today?
Clarence goes inside and gets a cup of coffee, and Tegri waits for him outside.
He'll just sit right there.
Sits darling.
In the summertime, sometimes when it's too hot, I don't bring him over.
Tegri will wait for Clarence for hours. Customers are amazed.
When I first walked up the ramp, I thought it was a statue.
He's the best. We've known him for about, 3 years? Oh, he's a little sweetheart.
Clarence says he takes Tegri everywhere, to the grocery store, bowling alley, and library. Clarence and Tegri are best friends.
Tegri, you ready to go? Hey, you ready to go home? And this is his Christmas sweater.
Elton John would be impressed with Tegri's sunglass collection. And when it comes to hats, Tegri has a different hat for every occasion.
Here's his Christmas scarf that goes with it. When he wants to swing in it, he'll push it and get it started.
And just when you think you've seen it all, Clarence pulls out Tegri's favorite snack food.
Now this is my cat's Grey Poupon.
Now you've seen everything. Scott Rensberger, Cairo News Channel 7.
So I love that cat. And yes, he's in the Jack in the Box for hours. I don't know any dogs that would wear sunglasses. That's the part that I don't get, is that it's like, this is a cat behaving like a dog, and the news covered it. And it's like, I don't know any dogs that would be chill that long. What, dude? Okay. So I do have, this is just, it's silly, but it's fun. Okay, it's silly, but it's fun. And I know that we talked a lot about, I did talk mad shit about Nancy Kerrigan and how she kind of made excuses for her brother Mark Kerrigan when he choked their father to death, and how Hank Brennan was a big part of that. And, it got me thinking, like, man, remember that old sketch? And I looked it up and it popped up right away. And see if you guys remember when Chris Farley and Nancy Kerrigan came together to do this magic. I think David Spade, if I remember correctly. And oh frig, why am I blanking? His fucking wife killed him and he's amazing. Ugh, fuck. It doesn't matter. You guys remember this? Oh fuck. God dang it. Dude from talk radio. And his fucking wife killed him, and she was partying with Andy Dick on coke. Yes, Phil Hartman. That's the voice. So the commentators are Phil Hartman and David Spade. He used to say, he would say, fat man in a tiny coat, always funny. Fat man wet, always funny. Fat man crashing through table, always funny. Fat man on skates, funny. And I gotta admit, his belly just going up and down while she's spinning is so fucking funny to me. God, I miss old SNL. Okay. We'll do one more palate cleanser. We'll do one more. Because why not? Maybe even two. Here.
I just go get another one. Big silly
like,
thing.
I won't do that again.
Don't get bulldog. Sherman! Oh my God. Sherman! What? That took all of my mic. I got the whole thing on video.
That took all of my mic to get him out the first time.
I knew he was about to do it again.
I know. Come on. We're going to do this again. Last time.
Come on, Sherman. And this time, he need a leash on now. He must have fun getting out the first time. Don't get in another one. All right, Sherman,
Okay. Okay.
There's a leash over here for him.
Okay.
Or a leash, I don't know.
Hey. So we do have one more. I told you guys we'll do one more. because we got to do this one.
Get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. Big boy ain't get on the roof. Never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. Big boy ain't lay on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy drill on the roof. Never seen a big boy drill on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy drill on the roof. Big boy drilling on the roof. Big boy drilling on the roof. Big boy ain't drilling on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. Big boy ain't climbing on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. How you do it like that? Damn, you got tools on your back. Climbing on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. Shit, big boy get loose. Shit, big boy get loose. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never, oh shit, he's falling on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy hop on the roof. How you do it like that? Oh shit, you just like a back. Oh shit, pick up your back. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. Get on the roof. Get on the roof.
Send this to someone on the Epstein list. Hello, scoundrel. If you are panicking right now because you may have done some crimes, don't worry. Using airtight logic, I've designed a fashion that will absolve you of any sin. I am not on the Epstein list, and also there is no list, and also there is one, but it's fake. Please comment. Obama made me do it.
Okay. So there you go. Please comment. Obama made me do it. By the way, in case you guys were wondering, this has nothing to do with anything. This is just my state, okay? Because I kind of feel bad that we've been ragging on Florida so much. You know, Florida is not Epstein. But, God damn it, if Texas isn't. Texas is really fucking me up because we're slowly becoming like we are the next Florida man. Like I'm scared of it. Like the whole trope. Like I'm really scared for us. Yes, I used to go to rattlesnake roundups as a kid. Yes, this totally makes sense to me and is normal to me. I did get quite a few DMs and emails about this because people were like, what the fuck? And apparently people don't do this, I guess, in other states. I guess they don't throw snakes on the floor of your Capitol and then milk their venom in public. I guess you guys don't eat them after. But yeah, that's what we do here. We throw snakes on the floor of the Capitol and we party. And we've been doing it for 68 years. And apparently other places don't do that. And people were confused. So here you go.
We're down here at the Capitol promoting our world's largest rattlesnake roundup. It's our 68th year. Friday morning, we open our doors, and you'd be amazed how many people come from all over the world just to come to our festival.
Now, this is just up the road from me, but the actual festival is closer to where I used to live growing up. And yeah, I've eaten a lot of rattlesnake. I've gotten in the pits with the snakes. I didn't enjoy it then. I don't enjoy it now, but this is what we do.
I guess it's the fear in you that really want, you don't want to, but then you really do want to get close enough just to.
That's actually hilarious. I'm starring that. That's a great idea. Good morning, C. Smith. We have snakes here. Also, congratulations on the Seahawks. I love Go Birds, Go Hawks. Hell yeah. Birds all the way. All the birds.
Touch rattlesnake or they want to take pictures.
Now that is called milking a snake. Yes, I did that when I was 11. Yes, I did that again when I was 13. They make you do it because it's scary. And they're like, hey, kids, don't be scared. Now, turns out you should be scared because I also went to a Pentecostal church with my best friend, Melissa. And while there, they were snake handling and I left and I didn't like it. And people did get bit all the time. So this was dangerous. I don't know why our parents let us do this. I don't know why my grandma took me, so I don't blame my mom, but like, what the fuck, Nani? And also, like, I guess you guys don't do stuff like this, and that's cool, and I'm sorry.
A lot of people ask, are they defamed or did you milk them or anything? No, they're all locked and loaded. You can also come out and have fried rattlesnake. A lot of people enjoy that.
I don't know if I would consider it abuse, just because they milk the venom typically to make antivenom. So if people get bit, they live. But is it abuse to eat them? Totally. And we did. And I apologize to snakes everywhere, but you guys are creepy.
Every year they come every year just to try our rattlesnake. It's a lot of fun for the whole family.
So yeah, that's what Texas is like. Oh, I'm getting winded. Okay. So that's what's up. That's the type of shit I gotta be around. Okay. So if you ever wonder, like, why is she so negative? Why is she so bitter? It's because of that. Because I'd hang out with snakes as a kid, and they're scary. And they don't taste like good chicken. They taste like chicken that unseasoned white people make. Okay, here. This is just really funny. I'm just putting this on because I think it's hilarious. It makes me laugh. It might lighten your mood.
A ver, hijo de la chingada, deja de estar viendo memes, pendejo.
A la verga me vale verga, perro. Y cállate a la verga, que su puta madre la verga.
So the woman holding Chucky is Pam Bondi, and I'm Chucky. And normally Chucky scares me, but when he's in Spanish, he doesn't scare me at all. I love him. So that's Pam Bondi, and I'm Chucky. Are you ready?
A ver, hijo de la chingada, deja de estar viendo memes, pendejo.
A la verga me vale verga, perro. Y cállate a la verga, que su puta madre la verga. La verga, verga.
La verga.
Viendo memes, pendejo.
A la verga me vale verga, perro. Y cállate a la verga, que su puta madre la verga. La verga, verga.
Dude, it would be so sick if, like, anyone on that fucking panel was like, "Llega la puta de verga," and just fucking flipped out on Pam Bondi. Oh, hello, turd, you unseasoned chicken, you. Oh, yeah, everyone's fucking partying. Good for you, dude. Yeah, you ever milk a gator? You can't. You'll get a death row. They'll death row you. All right. Dude, that fucking Spanish Chucky, dude. How about it? Spanish Chucky's pretty fucking great. Okay. Now it is time. Let's go ahead and pull up some shit that's going to piss you off. So we're going to be going through a lot of different Epstein related stuff today. One that this is fucking great. The internet is going in and out, lovingly so, because that's what it does. Okay, so here's one of the things that happened. Okay, so first of all, you need to know that Norway saw that 2 people were in the files, and they said, you know what we should do? An investigation, and then we will prosecute them. So I went, ooh, that's pretty cool. And then in Brazil, they said, oh my God, this pilot was flying around teen girls, and he was in the Epstein files. So they took the pilot and they fucking arrested him yesterday. And this is the footage of that. So let's start out with some good news. Motherfuckers finally getting prosecuted. Always good news for these motherfuckers in the Epstein files to get prosecuted. Now, bad news for the Americans, for us, it was none of us. This is happening all around the world, but not to us. Like, apparently, our DOJ doesn't give a fuck. Brazil, they gave a fuck enough to arrest a 70-year-old. So here you go.
Seu Sérgio, você tá com mandado de prisão, tá? Você sabe o motivo já? Não? A gente tá com mandado, a gente te acompanha lá só para poder liberar aqui, tá bom? Por favor. Obrigada, gente.
See how easy that was? See how easy it is to just arrest someone? Just arrest the guy who sex trafficked, like physically trafficked with his plane, girls for Epstein. That's all you have to do. Now, this is just the Brazilian pilot, the one who flew the Lolita Express to the island. Yeah, that got to get that guy. But the problem is America, right? Hands are tied for some reason. So there you go. So they're doing something about it. So that's actually nice. Okay. Now on to, let's go ahead and pull this up next. Harvey Levin. TMZ founder Harvey Levin is named in the Epstein files, described as a good friend who could help run a global PR effort to defend convicted pedophile Jeffrey Epstein and smear his victims and accusers. TMZ has remained suspiciously quiet regarding this file dump. They seem to have no issues calling out child sex offenses when it came to David and Celeste. But this is very interesting. Let's take a look at what Harvey Levin had to say. So this is from Mark Citrick to Jeffrey Epstein. Okay, and it starts down here. Also, Zuckerman suggested what? Interesting. Zuckerman suggested shorter and punchier, no attack on press, plead guilty to solicitation, no tabloid exaggeration of pedophilia, J.E. paid a price, no allegations of minors since 2005, suggests leaking to London press the absurdity of Fergie's statements. There were law enforcement people in my office when I was on work release that let her in. So that's from Jeffrey to Mike. Then from Jeffrey to Mike, I'll save for the right time after he responds with, okay, so it's okay with leaking to British press, but think we need to get a statement out. I'll save for right time. Tried to call you. Harvey Levin, who runs TMZ, is a good friend of Mike's. They haven't reported on this at all, but I might be able to get him something to do on the Duchess and her backpedaling. Now, this is back when Fergie was coming out defending Andrew and talking shit about Epstein. Keep in mind, Fergie used to write to Epstein saying that, you know, I love you, will you marry me, etc., etc., etc. So that's fucking crazy because Mike here is basically telling him, listen, this is what you should do, okay? And we can leak this for you. Okay with leaking to the British press, but we need to get a statement out. And he says, I'll save it for the right time. And then boom, Mike's like, I could talk to Harvey Levin. We could get ahead of it. It's crazy that this buddy of Jeffrey's is like, let me talk to Harvey. He'll handle it. And that's not the only time that he mentions having Harvey Levin in his pocket. That is very, very strange. Okay, so let's remove that. Here's another really weird one. And unfortunately, it is real. So this is from Sarah Kalin, or Kellen, however you pronounce it, who is one of the girls, or I should say women, who arranged massage meetings for Jeffrey. She is a co-conspirator, and they just fucking let her go. She arranged massages. She knew of the girls' ages. She was considered a recruiter. It goes on and on and on. Hi, Rich. Jeffrey is asking if you can FedEx the painting he had made of the Massacre of the Innocents to the ranch. It's the large 9x9 foot canvas that we had rolled out for him to see in the entryway where they are killing babies. He wants to use it on the ranch and is hoping you could FedEx it to arrive by Wednesday. Thanks, Sarah. That's a bit fucking concerning, Sarah. Wow, Sarah. That's pretty fucked up. That seems pretty fucking weird. So now let's check out this footage of Ghislaine Maxwell that they have made damn near impossible to find on the website. Now, I will tell you this much. It is probably for the best. It's not for the best. There needs to be transparency. But also it might be for the best that the DOJ did make it difficult, because if everybody got a hold of this, I do imagine there are some people out there who might use it for I mean, it's already God. I don't know what I'm saying. I'm just saying it's really hard to get some of this because you have to know the exact URL. It sucks for many reasons. They're clearly trying to hide stuff. But even the redacted stuff is really bad. I'm going to show you some of it that is properly redacted, but only for the sake of showing you what they did and how they did it, so that you can work around it if you need to see any video files. Not all the video files are of the victims, but the video files do have other things in them. Some of it is just snippets of Jeffrey, just somewhere specific. Some of it is taken by the victims, and some of it is taken by, it looks like, Ghislaine, and various other people. So there are some things that I want you to see because it's kind of important to see how bad it is as far as like the type of stuff he was saving, but I don't want you to see anything that would compromise any of the victims. And unfortunately, the DOJ did put some out like that, so I'm not going to show you all of it. Basically, the way they did it is you have to know the file URL, and then you have to take PDF off and replace it with MP4 or MOV in order to get the video files. In order to know what documents have video files, you have to sift through 3 million. A couple of people have been using like no image provided or just no image, typing that in, and then it pops up a list of PDFs. And when you click them, it'll say there is no image. It's because it's a video file. So that's the best way to find it. Then you literally have to go copy paste the URL in and then replace PDF with MOV or MP4. It's the only way to find them. And they did that on purpose to make it complicated. Unfortunately, that made it very complicated, especially for congressmen, congresswomen, people who are not familiar with how to navigate things like that as far as the URL is concerned. But anyway, it was a great way to bury some of this compromising stuff, including parts of Ghislaine's depositions and interviews and interrogations, which I don't know why they made it so difficult considering she's in prison. Now, this one was when they were first investigating Epstein. It was 2 years before they started looking hard into her and considering charging her and then eventually charging her. But this is what she had to say back then. So I'm going to show you this. This is part of the buried document trove of Ghislaine. Here we go.
I would have no knowledge. I have no knowledge of what you're asking me.
Did you ever have conversations with anyone that were intended to convince them to engage in sexual activities with Mr. Epstein?
Object to form and foundation.
No.
This has been asked and answered in her previous deposition, by the way.
Did you ever tell anyone that Mr. Epstein was a scout for Victoria's Secret.
I don't recall ever saying that.
So many of the victims said that one of the things they were told was that. And why would Epstein say that? Because the owner of Victoria's Secret, the guy who was technically capable of placing girls in things like a runway show, was Les Wexner, who also owned Limited, Limited 2, and various other young preteen clothing stores. They were all eventually transferred to Jeffrey. Les deals in fine art. He donates to the Ohio University. He is one of the worst up with Leon Black, Donald Trump, and Jean-Luc, and a couple of others, including Prince Andrew, as far as devious shit that they did. Yet he seems to go uncharged, and he is listed as a co-conspirator, in addition to a sultan who sent Jeffrey a torture video. Now, what was in that torture video? It was a man who, I believe he had like a gambling debt against the sultan, something like that. The guy gets pissed. I think he might have even stolen. I don't recall exactly what it was, but it was a financial thing. The sultan gets pissed off. He takes this guy. He electrocutes his genitals. He beats the fucking shit out of him. He tortures him for hours and then runs him over with a car. Films it all. It is a snuff film. He sends it to Epstein, and he sent it to a lot of other prominent public figures. It is one of the things that was redacted for us, but people in Congress saw it, and Massey came out and named the sultan who did this. And in the congressional hearing today, early in it, somebody mentioned that, and we didn't get a good answer from Miss Bondi. She just flipped her shit. But there is a man being horrifically tortured and murdered, and Jeffrey sent an email commenting that he really loved that video and like kikiing about it. So that guy, that sultan, is also on the top of the list. Yeah, he absolutely did. And it doesn't stop there. It was really, really disturbing. And actually, if you're talking about Black, he absolutely dealt art. He was one of the biggest art dealers in the country. He has the biggest art collection in the country. Jeffrey has a close third or fourth, and a lot of his shit is fake, which he actually openly admitted. And a lot of it was inherited from Les Wexner. But yeah, no, Leon Black was on the he was on the committee for is it MoMA or the Met, whichever one it is, the Museum of Art in Miami, and the one in New York. Like he's very, very prominent, and he also worked for, I want to say, is it Apollo? He actually has really close ties to Kushner and other people. Leon's one of the worst. Yeah, the board of MoMA, that's which one it is. Leon's one of the worst as far as the things he did to the girls. He bit one girl pretty hard. She was very upset about it. Threw a fit, had to go home early, and got in trouble for it. A lot of the girls said that they thought Leon would kill them. And he is very much in there on record molesting and abusing kids. And yet, despite being named a co-conspirator, he also seemed to just be allowed to get away with it. It's fucking disgusting. It's really bad. Now, what's interesting, though, is Masha, in one of her interviews with Sean Ryan, actually, she starts talking a lot about art deals and how the cryogenics lab that she worked at, that she was interested in, that essentially it was all funded through art. And she talked about how they focused on artists, specifically citing Yoko Ono back in the day, used to be a part of all these scientific experiments because her and John Lennon were interested in them, and that they found that you could do more with tech and with moving forward through these complicated endeavors that have to do with things like biochemical research and genetics and genome testing and intravenous fucking baby shit and DNA shit and freezing people, stuff like that. She's like, all of this moved forward because of contributions from artists with scientists. So she was very interested in using artists to help push the research of the science. And the artists that she cited were people like Dolly. And then she went on to cite other artists that were specifically at the MoMA and even talk about how she knew all these wealthy businessmen and how she loved the art world and she was really into it. And it's kind of weird how all these associates with Epstein are really into fine art trading. Again, this is some wild shit, but Leon Black being tied to her and him, and oh my God, when I tell you, the Jared Kushner shit I found is amazing. We're going to look at that in a minute. And we're going to look at what Masha said, because yes, Masha has an excuse for everything. Masha. Oh, by the way, here is the list that was released by, I believe it was a member of Congress. They named some of these and people were able to fill them in. They were able to fill in the blanks. So we know that's less now. And then I believe one of these is a sultan, but this is one of the lists that Donald was previously retracted from. And they were able to leak this. So yeah, he's definitely up there on the list of people who fucked around with kids. So that's pretty fucked up. That's in a document. That shit tripped me out. Let me go ahead and pull up this for you though. Okay, here it is. So I love this girl. I love what she's done with the place. I did look into this. She's absolutely correct. And before we watch a little more Pam Bondi, I think you should see this because she's spot on.
Oh, hi, Pam Bondi. What are you doing with Keith Frankel? I have a couple questions for you, Pam. How much were the acting lessons? Do the Epstein victims that you cried with know that you're friends with Keith Frankel? Why was Keith Frankel and Jeffrey Epstein talking about body boxes on February 10th, 2010? You've read the files, so I'm sure you can tell us. If Jeffrey Epstein was such a monster, Pam, how come Keith went to his house so many times? One thing that was mentioned in the Epstein files is children being trafficked out of Ukraine. Keith Frankel and his family run a children's home that takes children out of Ukraine. You need to cut the shit, Pam. You need to cut the shit.
I love that.
Oh, hi, Pam Bondi. What are
We're going to watch it one more time because I just love
you doing with Keith Frankel? I have a couple questions for you, Pam. How much were the acting lessons? Do the Epstein victims that you cried with know that you're friends with Keith Frankel? Why was Keith Frankel and Jeffrey Epstein talking about body boxes on February 10th, 2010? You've read the files, so I'm sure you can tell us. If Jeffrey Epstein was such a monster, Pam, how come Keith went to his house so many times? One thing that was mentioned in the Epstein files is children being trafficked out of Ukraine. Keith Frankel and his family run a children's home that takes children out of Ukraine. You need to cut the shit, Pam. You need to cut the shit.
So that is dope. Love that for her. I think she's great. Okay, we're going to get back to watching Pam Bondi be a cunt a little longer. All right. And then we're going to break and I'm going to show you the Masha stuff. I'm going to show you some crazy Kushner shit. And then we're going to talk about Zorro Ranch and I'm going to show you some cool tricks you can do with topography on Google Earth. So let's go ahead and have a C unit break with this C unit, not Janelle, the other one. And let's see what excuses she has, because you just saw that, right? Like her homie who chats with Epstein about body boxes. Yeah, I wonder if anyone's going to bring that up today. Do you guys think anyone's going to bring that up today? Curious. One's in the chat if you think anyone's going to bring that up today. Because it would be crazy if the girl from TikTok brought it up and then nobody asked Pam about it. Let's see what happens.
Yes.
Okay. Do you know which presidential administration under which the PIN was first created?
I can tell you what administration that the weaponization was ended under.
I'll reclaim my time. This wasn't a trick question.
You don't get to
Madam Attorney
reclaim
General.
your time.
Madam Attorney General.
Because I don't like it.
Mr. Chairman, will you explain to the witness that he does reclaim his time?
Because I don't answer a question to your satisfaction.
Mr. Chairman, Madam Attorney General, the time belongs to the gentleman from Colorado.
The president under which PIN was created was Gerald Ford. It was created after Watergate. I'm not asking a question, Madam Attorney General. The administration under which it was created was Gerald Ford. When you first started as the Attorney General of the United States, there were 35 people working in that office. There are now 2 people working in that office because you have gutted it. How many people work for the National Cryptocurrency Enforcement Team in the criminal division today?
Can I answer the question about PIN?
I've asked you a question. How many
You've
people
asked me a
work?
question, but you don't
How
want
many
the answer.
people work
I'm not
for the
gonna answer your
National
questions the way you
Cryptocurrency
want.
Enforcement Team? You won't answer how many
I'll
people?
answer PIN.
You.
PIN will not be
you know what?
weaponized.
You know what?
What's
Madam
funny
Attorney
about
General,
this?
I'll say to the chairman.
What's funny about
Mr. Chairman,
this?
you know what the answer is? And I think I
What's
understand
funny
why the
about
Attorney General
this?
does not want to answer the question, because you eliminated the National Cryptocurrency Enforcement Team last year. So I understand why you don't want to tell the American people who works there.
Yeah, I
No one
understand
works
why
there
you don't want to
anymore,
talk about
Madam
Mohammed
Attorney
Solomon
General.
in
So
your district.
In any event,
who
I would
murdered people.
Mr. Chairman, will you stop the clock so his time is not wasted by
I've
the
been
witness?
very generous with allowing extra time when we have these little disputes.
I understand.
You got the time.
I might as well ask the chairman these questions.
I'd be happy
because
to
what
answer
is
some of your
fun-
questions.
what's profound, the questions I've
Profound?
asked,
The crime in
questions
your
I've
district.
asked, Mr. Chairman, are not trick questions. They're not gotcha questions. They're actually basic questions about how the Department of Justice functions and the unwillingness of this Attorney General to answer them in good faith. When a member of Congress asks how many people work at the National Cryptocurrency Enforcement Team and the Attorney General refuses to answer it, it is not a coincidence. It's because she eliminated the team. Why? Because her boss, the President of the United States, is making money hand over fist, $1.4 billion over the course of the last year through cryptocurrency holdings. I think what is happening at the Department of Justice is a disgrace, Mr. Chairman, and I would urge you to gain control of this hearing. With that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Yeah. I would ask the gentleman, does he agree with the standing up of the Deputy Attorney General for dealing with fraud? That's something that's happened in this administration. First time. You talked about PIN. That happened with this Justice Department.
We're talking about this committee.
Mr. Chairman, had you answered the question, had the Attorney General answered the question in that way, perhaps this hearing would have some modicum of resembling something that has typically been fairly conventional, an oversight hearing of the Department of Justice.
The gentleman's
That is
time
not
has expired. The gentlelady from Wyoming is recognized for 5 minutes.
Attorney General Bondi, I want to express my gratitude to the President, you and your team for your continued efforts against extreme anti-energy policies taken by states and cities that serve only to increase costs on the American people. This is an issue of great concern for Congress as well as the consumers. At the behest of networks of non-governmental organizations and anti-growth activists, Democratic-controlled states and cities are enacting laws and pursuing coordinated lawsuits that would impose retroactive liability on energy producers for past global emissions based on speculative future climate change harms. The proponents of these plans call them climate superfund laws, but in reality, that is simply window dressing for taxes and fees imposed on consumers and businesses that don't even have a presence in these states or communities. But if you look at the billions of dollars they hope to gain from these efforts, the real goal here is to increase their already mismanaged state budgets by imposing fees on consumers and businesses in energy-producing states such as the state of Wyoming. I would describe this as the tobacco litigation on steroids. Vermont has enacted such a law, and another has recently gone into effect in New York. Similar laws are under consideration in a number of other states. Clearly, this problem is spreading. Would you agree that Congress has not authorized states to impose retroactive liability against energy producers and lawful carbon emissions?
Yes.
And would you also agree that protecting consumers is a core part of the DOJ's mission?
Absolutely.
Would you further agree that combating state policies that seek to hide and shift the true cost of programs like these onto consumers fits within your mission?
Yes.
So, Attorney General Bondi, fossil fuels are the foundation of the U.S. economy, and the recent winter storms underscored that gas, coal, and oil remain essential to grid reliability and heating our homes. Can you confirm that the DOJ is fully committed to using all available legal tools to stop these state and local level attacks on domestic energy production?
Congresswoman, we are committed to that, and so is the entire administration. We talk about that a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The President's April 2025 executive order directed the DOJ to identify and act against state laws that burden U.S. energy production. What concrete actions has the DOJ and the administration more broadly taken to carry out this directive?
Well, we filed 4 lawsuits. We're filing multiple lawsuits. Many things are pending within this office to carry that out.
Okay. States continue to invent new causes of action to pursue state climate lawfare, as is evidenced by Michigan's recent novel claim related to antitrust violations. The city of Boulder, Colorado has also filed such a lawsuit, despite refusing my challenge that they actually forego the use of fossil fuels if they disagree with them so much. Does the Department of Justice agree that these novel approaches require a federal response, and will the department pursue such an approach?
Yes, Congresswoman, and we'd be happy to talk to you more about that.
Wonderful,
Yes.
thank you. Multiple climate lawsuits are now advancing toward trial, even in states that rely on those energy forms to provide heat and electricity for their citizens. In fact, in any community, that they all rely upon fossil fuels in some fashion. Is the department actively considering intervention to protect federal supremacy over interstate emissions and energy policy?
Yes, we'd be happy to discuss that with you.
Thank you. And clearly, this is an area in which Congress has a role to play. To that end, I'm working with my colleagues in both the House and Senate to craft legislation tackling both these state laws and the lawsuits that could destroy energy affordability for consumers. To that end, are there any authorities or tools that DOJ and the administration don't currently have at their disposal that would be helpful in that effort that Congress could adopt?
Well, we work with multiple agencies throughout the administration, but I'd be happy to talk to you about that more.
Wonderful,
Yes.
thank you. I appreciate your effort in this regard.
And may I have 20
Please.
seconds of your time
Please.
before to address something?
Yes.
Thank you. Your colleague, Senator Neguse, didn't want to talk about crypto because he said I was a disgrace talking about crypto because he didn't want to talk about the tremendous crime in his jurisdiction. He voted no on preventing violence against women by illegal aliens. Yet on June 1st, 2025, Mohammed Solomon attacked members of the group Run for Their Lives in Boulder, Colorado, where an 82-year-old woman sustained burns on over half of her body and eventually died from her injuries.
I believe that she was a Holocaust survivor.
She was.
The
Thank
time
you.
the time the gentlelady has expired,
back.
the gentlelady yields back, and the gentlelady from
Wow, Pam, it's almost like somebody who has the power to take over that investigation and prosecute someone could do it. I wonder who that person is. Oh, wow, Pam, that's you. So why didn't you do your fucking job then either, hun?
George is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Bondi, as the Florida...
Oh, wait. Is it because you would have to declare it an act of terror? Oh, wait. Didn't you find out that some of those people were liberal and you chose not to intervene? Oh, wait, when you have to address, the whole violence issue, the whole, you know, the whole thing that involves answering questions about guns, answering questions about crime. Wouldn't it be crazy if, you would have stepped in and done something, Pam? That would have been crazy, because really, you were the only one who could have. You could have.
Attorney General, attorneys from your office handled the appeal of my son, Jordan Davis's murder, which was denied. As a result of the efforts of those attorneys under your watch, the court actually upheld the life sentence for a man who used prejudice as his defense for murdering my son and scarring his friends for life. Attorneys from your office under your management worked hard to remove a dangerous man from the community who terrorized innocent people like my son and his friends. The compassion and respect that my family received throughout that ordeal were critical in helping us keep faith in the rule of law and justice.
See this face? This is the face of someone who didn't expect to get got today. Crazy.
Based on my experiences, I've seen how strong victim services, sustained investigations, and well-supported prosecutors can make a meaningful difference in the lives of families who are grieving.
Why is this woman behind Pam Bondi smiling while this woman talks about her murdered dead son?
And suffering. Ms. Bondi, just yes or no, would you agree that government officials should be respectful and supportive of victims' families as they mourn?
First, Congresswoman, thank you for talking about that. And I'm so very sorry for what happened to your family.
Thank you.
And yes, I agree with that with all victims, including the ones sitting behind us today. I absolutely do. And
Okay.
also, thank you for voting yes on the Lake and Riley Act.
Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Okay, so your answer is why the recent treatment of families in Minnesota raises really serious concerns for me. Because shortly after Mr. Alex Preddy was murdered, administration officials referred to him as an assassin and called Mr. Preddy the definition of domestic terrorism. They also lied about Mr. Preddy holding a gun and threatening officers. After Ms. Renee Good was murdered by ICE officials in Minneapolis, administration officials also accused her of being a domestic terrorist and investigated her wife in a clear act of retaliation. The statement Mr. Preddy's mother made after the murder resonated with me more than you'll ever imagine. She said that, and I'm quoting, "The sickening lies told about our son by the administration are reprehensible and disgusting," end quote. And I assure you, I know how it feels to hear lies that are told to justify the taking of someone's son. They were used by my son's murderer as a defense, and those lies still affect me today. He was called a thug, and he was called a gangbanger. And the attorneys from your office actually defended my son's name, his memory, and defended his honor. I'm certain that Mr. Preddy's mother watched videos of her son, Alex, an ICU nurse at the VA hospital, using his phone to record federal agents. She also watched him getting pepper sprayed, kicked, hit in the head, and surrounded by at least 7 agents before having his gun removed from his waistband, which he legally carried. And she watched seconds later as 2 of those agents shot her son Alex at least 10 times.
I think this woman behind her is giving her notes on where to look so that she can attack. Because I also don't like her flipping that binder. And I don't like how the woman behind her has been smiling the entire fucking time.
Administration was quick to spew an incorrect narrative and call him so many things that they wanted us to ignore the truth that we actually saw with our own eyes. Ms. Bondi, will you denounce the statements that were made to tarnish the names of Alex Preddy and Renee Good, and will you protect their names like those attorneys back in Florida under your watch protected my son's name?
What I will say is we are looking at everything to shed light on what happened that day, and it is an ongoing and active investigation. Both of those cases, and I assure you they will be investigated.
Investigating, we understand that, but will you do everything in your power, as you have done for my case, as you are asked to do, as you've sworn an oath to do? It is your responsibility to make sure that you are following the rule of law. Those families in Minnesota, they deserve the same respect. They deserve a full investigation, which you have not even begun to do yet. So what are you saying, is that they don't deserve any respect for a full investigation into their murders?
Well,
that
that's
is
not
incompetence on your behalf.
Well, that
The
is not
American
accurate.
people do deserve better. Non-commitment to defending the rule of law is what we see from you.
I
I
told
will
you we
always
were
stand up for
investigating.
survivors, and I heard you say earlier when you told us that you will fight for them as well. And based on the information before us, these families have not received the same commitment to investigate what happened to their loved ones, nor have they received the respect that I would expect from the nation's top law enforcement officer. Investigations have been slow-walked, they've been canceled, and the special agent assigned to Renee Good's investigation resigned following pressure from your officials to reclassify Ms. Good's case.
Time of the
For
gentle
families seeking answers and accountability, the withdrawal of investigative resources is simply unacceptable.
Expired. The gentle lady yields back. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Madam Attorney General,
So far, I've only found one nugget about who this woman behind her could possibly be, and she might be. Yeah, I was gonna say, I think she might actually be Pam Bondi's attorney that is given to her by the Justice Department.
I get the sense that we've lost a little perspective here. The most fundamental responsibility of government is to protect the lives and property of its citizens. Now, you cited some crime figures in your opening statement, and I wonder if you could repeat them, because I think it's one of the most extraordinary achievements of the Department of Justice in our history.
By the way, she's quoting from a UCR report. And I want you to know that something like less than 50% now of police departments send in the data for those reports because it's voluntary in a lot of states. There's a couple of states that require they submit, but the data and statistics are perma-flawed and have been for a long time because it requires self-reporting from a bulk amount of the police departments in the nation. So when she's quoting these crime statistics, this is basically like not even as reliable as a poll. These are essentially, and I'm shooting in the dark here because it could be like 27%, it could be 50, but we're going to go with a soft 30. This is about 30% of the departments in the entire country. That's the data she's working with. And because it's self-reported and it doesn't include victim information that is self-reported victims or any crimes that have yet to be prosecuted. It doesn't include any crimes that basically are in the process of getting investigated. It does not include specific crime statistics, I believe, for self-reported rapes. And they just kind of bulk them all together as felonies. When it comes to crimes of a certain tier and up, I want to say the statutes are different in different places, but every department can kind of make up where that line is, which makes it even more confusing. So these are deeply, deeply flawed. And I just find it wildly fucking unprofessional of her to bring in those statistics, damn well knowing that a lot of these, the counties, the cities, and the states that she's citing from, like a huge amount of them are outdated, or it's like 30%. So we're not getting the full statistics here. And also, they do separate domestic violence charges for some states. So they make it sound like crime's gone down when in reality, it's more like reporting of the crimes from the departments have gone down.
And I don't think some of my colleagues heard you clearly.
Thank you, Congressman. And would you mind if I address something that
Go right ahead.
Congresswoman McBath wouldn't let me address first?
Go right ahead.
The reason that she wants to continue to talk about Minnesota, which we will all day long, is she doesn't want to talk about her own jurisdiction in Atlanta, because she doesn't want to talk about Christopher Welcher, who traveled across state lines to try to meet, and nothing's funny about this, to meet and molest a 14-year-old girl in Georgia. That's why they're watching the clock, the American people should know, for the second it runs out, because they don't want to address anything in their jurisdiction. They're elected to represent people in their jurisdiction. We prosecuted illegal aliens who ran a large-scale meth operation in the Atlanta metro area.
You understand we don't prosecute, right, Ms. Bondi?
Madam Attorney General.
I'm the law.
I'm sorry, thank you.
McClintock.
So yes, the statistics I spoke of earlier, Congressman, under the leadership of the FBI, historic work has been done. A drop 20% in the nationwide murder rate in 2025. Least murders in our country since 1900, and that is to the work because of the credit of
It's not just
Donald
homicides,
Trump.
is it? It's also other violent crimes, robbery. Could you go through that list real quick?
Yes, Congressman, 100% increase in violent crime arrest in 2025 compared to 2024.
What's that done to the violent crime rate in the country?
That is utter bullshit. What the fuck? Hold on a second. I'm pulling this up. There's no fucking
plummeting. 1,800 gangs.
Wait a second. Do you mean to honestly tell us, and you're under oath, that if we take violent criminals off the streets, we end up with less crime?
I certainly hope so, Congressman, and that's our goal, and that's
an
President Trump's
extraordinary concept, and I'm afraid it may be lost on some of our Democratic colleagues. I look at these numbers and they're absolutely staggering. It didn't happen by accident. It happened because of specific policies that you've implemented this year. And you mentioned a few of them. Would you continue?
Over 6,000 child victims located, 22% increase. Over 1,700 child predators arrested, 10% increase. Over 300 human traffickers arrested. Let me jump down to DEA right now. That was just FBI. Under Terry Cole's leadership, and I talk to these people almost daily, our directors, and the amazing work that they're doing in all of your jurisdictions on the left and the right, working together to take drugs off our streets.
Right. And I assume that our Democratic colleagues, some of whom represent some of our most crime-plagued cities and communities, have thanked you for this extraordinary accomplishment.
Thank you, Congressman. We've seized more than 9,800 kilos of fentanyl and 47 million fentanyl pills. That affects every single person in this room. It doesn't matter what.
Hey, ironically, you know what else affects every single person in that room? The Epstein list, because they crammed a couple hunch victims in there, the ones you refuse to say you're sorry to, Pam. So it's kind of crazy that you're bringing that up because, like, you know, what else affects all the women, especially behind you in this room, is the Epstein files because they are in them. And you put out their nudes. You shared child porn. You nasty bitch. You nasty, nasty bitch.
Political party you are. People, everyone in this room knows someone who's died from fentanyl. A parent, a child, a sister, a brother, a friend, a neighbor, a relative. Everyone here knows someone.
Also, you know what's also rich is that Ocasio-Cortez went up before a panel and literally a couple of years ago was like, hey, testify and tell us how much money the government under Trump is putting aside for fentanyl and for fighting the opioid problem. Like, how much is getting put into that nationwide? What is getting invested to fight that? I think it was $56,000 for the whole nation. And the DOD got a couple billion? Pretty crazy.
Who has been impacted by that. That is the common ground that I wish we could find to work together in this country, to take these drugs off the streets. And someone nodded with vapes.
Well, in your opening statement, you said that this historic success in protecting the lives and property of Americans has occurred when local governments have cooperated with you.
Yes.
Let me ask you, what are the greatest impediments you're facing in bringing down crime across the country?
Well, when local governments, of course, do not cooperate with us, and that's where criminals flee, in jurisdictions where they know they will be protected by local governments. And this is all about working together, and we have shown that in what we did in DC, what we're doing in Memphis, working together with Democrat mayors in these cities right here in DC.
And very quickly, if you could tell us about the Safe Cities program and give us your read on what cities that avail themselves of this program can expect.
Yes, so far, of course, we've been working in Washington, D.C., right here to do everything we can, working hand in hand with the mayor, with Metro PD, to keep everyone safe in D.C. And it's been a tremendous effort. And now we're in Memphis, working with the mayor in Memphis, as we talked about earlier, doing everything we can. These are iconic cities in our country, and we want to help every city in this country who wants and asks for President Trump's help to make America safe again.
Gentlemen,
Mr. Chair, I have, you see.
let the record show that Democrat was applauding the Attorney General's answer there. The unanimous consent?
Yes, please.
All right, the gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I have a few unanimous consent requests. I would like to submit into the record this New York Times article titled Alex Pretty's Friends and Family Denounce Sickening
Not
Lies
object.
About His Life. I also would like to
Objection.
submit this Daily Mail exclusive interview with Vice President J.D. Vance titled J.D. Vance Refuses to Apologize to Alex Pretty's Family After Spreading
objection.
ICE Assassin Claim. One more. My last submission request is a New York Times article titled FBI Agent Who Tried to Investigate ICE Officer in Shooting Resigns.
Without objection.
Thank you.
The chair now recognizes the gentlelady from North Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Attorney General Bondi, I think you and pretty much everybody else here and throughout the country believes that convicted sex offenders don't deserve special treatment or privileges in prison. And yet Ghislaine Maxwell, Jeffrey Epstein's co-conspirator, received perk after perk in prison. In July, she had a two-day interview with your deputy and President Trump's former defense attorney, Todd Blanche. Just days.
Remember, she has a puppy. She has an iPad. She gets to journal. She's got a fucking planting crew. She gets to go outside in nature and plant. She's allowed to openly and freely walk in and out of her cell and partake in a fitness track. She can even get educated if she wants. And yes, she does yoga. She also leads guided meditation, rumor has it. There's been a couple of other rumors. Apparently, she may have even made a girlfriend or two in there. Very interesting stuff. You know, the lawn of this place in Bryan, Texas is better manicured than some of the richest houses in Highland Park. It is absurd. But I digress.
After that, Maxwell was transferred from a federal correctional institution in Florida to a minimum security camp in Texas, which she, as a sex offender, would normally be ineligible for. At this new facility, as the ranking member talked about, and by the way, it's nicknamed Club Fed, we've heard reports that she's been afforded special privileges, puppy time, private workouts, personal mail, secretarial services. Attorney General Bondi, does a convicted sex offender like Ghislaine Maxwell deserve special treatment and privileges in prison? Yes or no?
Let me be crystal clear on this. No. And let
Thank
me
you.
let me keep
Perfect.
going. No, let me keep going.
Perfect. Well,
I
have
did
a
not
few
know she
more
was being
questions.
transferred,
I
and
asked you yes or
she
no,
was
and
not
I'm reclaiming my
transferred to a
time.
lower
Mr. Chairman,
level
please stop the
Okay.
clock and remind the witness of the
Time.
rules. One rule she needs to
And I'm
understand
glad
here.
that we're agreeing. So when we're agreeing, we can move on to some other things.
When
But
we're
I
not
want you to
She was actually moved to a lower security facility. Yikes, Pam.
know that every time she does get these perks, and it's been publicly reported, that the folks she's abused, the survivors who are sitting here, they see themselves as being denied justice. They feel re-traumatized. And I'm glad that we agree on that. But she should not be in that prison. And she needs to be moved back to a maximum security prison as soon as possible. But what she has told another committee here is that she won't cooperate with them unless she gets clemency from Donald Trump. It's just crazy to consider.
Holy fucking shit. I just looked it up. She's 60. She is 60. Oh my God. Ugh. That's fucking crazy. That's why Trump picked her, because she looks so young. That makes sense?
Consider that she can be wielding this kind of influence within the administration. But that begs the question, who ordered her to be transferred to the minimum security prison that she was ineligible for? Who signed off on the special privileges? Was it Mr. Blanche?
The guy raised his hand in the back. Was it him? Get him.
Was it one of your other subordinates? So please, can you tell us who sent her there, since you don't agree she should be there?
I said I do not agree she should receive special treatment. She was transferred, I learned after the fact, to the same level facility, and that is a question for the Bureau of Prisons. I was not involved in that at all. The same level facility, I don't know why, but you know, instead of talking about Ghislaine Maxwell, who hopefully will die in prison, you should be talking about Irina Zarutska.
I have a couple
who
of
died
other
on a subway.
Right, and I
Yeah, but the thing is, Pam, you can handle that too. Like, you can step in. You actually have the power over all these cases that you're complaining about, bitch. And I agree. They're not the same. The whole what about, but what about, but what about. We're not talking about that, Pam. Stick to the point. Stick to the core issue here. Go back to your thesis, bitch. Even with the assistance of this old biddy behind her and this giant fucking binder full of women, she's still fucking up pretty bad.
You don't talk about that.
Yeah, we also motion to call her Ghislaine from now on.
I have been talking about it and actually helping with these issues, but we're going to move back to you.
I bet we are.
Yes, of course, because you're here to testify. That's what the whole point of this endeavor.
Dude, what? Okay, not gonna lie, that was pretty fucking funny, but how fucking dare she now? Now I want to punch her even harder.
But that begs the question, who ordered her to be transferred to the minimum security prison that she was ineligible for? Who signed off on the special privileges?
Like, literally, the reaction. Oh, I bet we are. The reaction of the woman. Wait, that's why we're fucking here. Yeah. That's exactly. Yeah, of course you bet we are, because it's why you're here, bitch.
The same level facility, I don't know why, but you know, instead of talking about Ghislaine Maxwell, who hopefully will die in prison, you should be talking about Irina Zarutska.
I have a couple
who
of
died
other
on a subway.
Right.
Also, I'm going to go ahead and make the prediction now that Ghislaine is probably going to end up dead in prison, and they're going to say that's suicide. That's my prediction for Ghislaine based on the angel of death here, who seems to be doling out D cards.
And I absolutely.
You don't talk about that.
I have been talking about it and actually helping with these issues, but we're going to move back to you.
I bet we are.
Yes, of course, because you're here to testify. That's what the whole point of this endeavor is. So of course we're moving back to you. It is all about you. So as we've heard, she took the fifth in response to every single question in that committee hearing. And her lawyer dangled the offer of clemency. Should Donald Trump pardon or commute her sentence? Should she be released from prison? Yes or no? You said you hope she dies there, so I'm hoping the answer is no.
I already answered that question.
Good. I'm very glad. I really like this bipartisan agreement about
when
what
it
should
agrees
happen.
with you, but you don't want to talk about Irina Zarutska. You don't want to talk about.
I talk about her
murdered
all
by
the
a
time,
violent crime
but I
offender
am not
in
here
your
to
jurisdiction.
testify before Congress. You are. That is your job today.
You are
That's what you're getting paid
obsessed
for.
with attack.
I want you to know that your own DOJ employee, he's recently been demoted and had some other problems, advises on pardons. Do you think he will be advising Mr. Trump on any kind of clemency or pardon for Ghislaine Maxwell?
I'm not going to speculate, and you couldn't even identify properly. That's why you don't want to talk about Irina Zarutska. You couldn't properly identify her relative.
I absolutely
it's embarrassing.
Have been, and her family, by the way, appreciates all of the condolences, all of the help, everything that our law enforcement in North Carolina has been doing to help her family. Her family feels well treated. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from California is recognized.
I'd ask unanimous consent to enter into the record an article by former Attorney General William P. Barr entitled, "Why Pam Bondi Didn't Publish All the Epstein Files in 30 Days." The answer is simple. It was not possible, from the Wall Street Journal.
Well said. Without objection, the gentlelady from Florida is recognized.
Well said. Fuck off. This is so one-sided. It's crazy.
Nice.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Madam, I'm sorry. May I respond 20 seconds to something that Congresswoman Ross said?
Go right ahead.
Thank you. She also opposed a sex offender registry as head of North Carolina ACLU. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Attorney General. And I'd like to pick up where you left off a moment ago, because we convene here today as a...
You know, it's funny you should say that, Pam, because your friend hung out with Epstein, who was on the sex offender registry. And also you hung out in Palm Beach, possibly with Epstein. This is odd behavior from you, Pam. You have a lot to lose, Pam. You can't drink the baby blood forever.
Committee for the stated purpose of conducting oversight of the Department of Justice. And so it's critical for us to focus first on the mission of the department and assess your success in discharging it. So the mission of the department is to enforce federal law, defend the rule of law, and protect the American people from violent crime, terrorism, drug trafficking, fraud, and exploitation, to promote public safety. And what we have heard today unequivocally is that President Trump's Department of Justice, under your leadership, Attorney General Bondi, is doing exactly that. Just a moment ago, you shared with us some incredible statistics that the United States, under your leadership, has achieved the lowest murder rate in 125 years. That in the first year of this administration, murder is down 21%, robbery is down 23%, carjacking down 43%, and gun assault down 22%. That is what public safety looks like. Under your leadership and that of President Trump, you've located more than 6,000 child victims of trafficking and exploitation, arrested 1,700 child predators, and apprehended more than 300 human traffickers. Significant increases. And those aren't just statistics. Those are precious lives that your department and the men and women of federal law enforcement have saved. Madam Attorney General, you've mentioned a couple of specific criminal trends during this hearing that I'd like to discuss with you further, because one of our important roles in Congress is making sure that our laws and our law enforcement stay ahead of predators as technology evolves. I lead legislation in the House along.
Okay, so let's address this. He actually didn't transfer it all to her. There's a big list in the files. We're going to go over that probably tomorrow or the next day, but there's a list of where all his assets went. Oddly, in a very Britney-like conservatorship, he transferred quite a bit of it under LLCs to some of the very people that would write a lot of checks on behalf of him for Deutsche Bank and Leon. And I believe one of them was one of his attorneys when he supposedly died. He did give money to his ex, who was a dental student. That's why they had the dental chair with the weird masks in that room. That explains that, because she was actually taking her tests at the time that she lived with him, because she did live with him on the island briefly. And then he split up. I believe it's something like $1 million and $100,000 payments to various people who were friends and family and organizations. And it's very strange that was all planned. And then what's also kind of fucking weird is they included the list in that 20 minutes. Here, let me pop my face up here. So in that 20 minutes that they accidentally had the CSAM and stuff up, and they accidentally released a bunch of files that they weren't supposed to, that they weren't supposed to, or they didn't intend to, because obviously they wanted to cover for Donald Trump. They'd put a bunch of stuff up with his information that clearly identified him and other people, but also it unveiled a lot of private shit for the victims, like we talked about. So back when that shit happened, there was also this like really weird list of basically all these people that he intended to send shit to, but then it was, I believe it was how they were going to sort out the money between the victims and the victims' attorneys and shit, because of all the victims' restitution. And they had to get that by selling a bunch of his assets. Now, they couldn't sell Zorro Ranch because that got taken over, and we're going to talk about that in a little bit. And they couldn't sell other assets because they were taken over by the local government, and that would go into like the New York Department Victims Fund, the New York State Department, and then the other was going towards, I believe, New Mexico and then Colorado. But what's weird is some of the assets got transferred to his brother and his brother's name. And there was a big fight over, no, those assets need to go to victims' restitution. So there was this list, essentially, is what I'm trying to say. And on this list, it had parsed out all the restitution and how that was going to work and broke it down. But it also had the victims' names in it. And that was one of the big things that came out that named a lot of them that did not want to go named. It didn't even say Doe, like it had their names. So they were able to pull that down within 20 minutes, but not before a lot of people got a hold of it. Now, luckily, there are quite a few people, even though they are all for transparency and they're trying to build different platforms to view and navigate the Epstein files. A lot of them have opted not to show anything that identifies the victims by name, and they've blacked out that information since. So that's good of them. But it's crazy that our Justice Department can't do that, but a bunch of tech nerds from like DropSite can. That's another thing I've been thinking about a lot lately. DropSite, the guys who run Jmail and Vercel. Isn't it wild that these, what is it now, 3.5 or 4.5 million files? They have been able to not only parse through them, but to literally go in on every document and redact victims' information for the sake of protecting them, but also upload, put in order with multiple ways to find shit, to navigate it thoroughly and easily, and archive it properly. and create the entire interface so that it's usable, and they've put time and effort and money into it so that everything can be not only transparent, but like, again, easily navigable. They've been able to do that in a really short period of time. And the Department of Justice still doesn't know how many victims' shit is still unredacted. Like, a couple of nerds have been able to individually go through and comb through all these files and archive them and put them in order. And 500 attorneys, and apparently, according to Pam, over 1,000 workers at the FBI and the Department of Justice were not able to do that. Like, that's kind of fucking crazy, right? That's kind of a big deal. Like, because if you think about it, it's like, here's another thing. They're all concerned about money. They paid millions of our tax dollars for these people to fuck up, not redact the right shit, and put it in a sloppy order with a lot of really sensitive stuff accidentally getting leaked. And they still don't know what's out there, and they haven't read it all. Like, they were able to do that, and they're still fucked from it yet. And they paid millions of dollars to these people to do a piss poor job, to totally fuck it up. And then we've got a couple of nerds who did it for free and way better. Like, you realize they're just pissing all this money away. And the people in charge of doing this shit are under the guidance of Kash Patel. They fired a ton of FBI. You know how they hired ICE, and ICE is just going around fucking blasting people in the head with guns and doing a piss poor job? That's kind of the caliber we're working with here with the current FBI. That's kind of why they pulled over a guy that had nothing to do with Nancy Guthrie's mom. That's kind of why all these investigations are utterly failing. That's kind of why everything's fucked up on this website, yet a couple fucking nerds were able to do it all 10 times better on no budget. Like, really think about that. That's obviously a bad thing. But at the same time, maybe the good thing is now we definitely know that us little people are smarter than the FBI. I mean, I feel like smarter prevails in the end, right? It has to. It really has to. We have no choice.
With bipartisan co-sponsors on this committee to make sextortion a clearly defined criminal offense. We actually passed that out of the House of Representatives. We have a bill to promote Operation Renewed Hope to help rescue more child victims, and the Defiance Act to provide legal recourse to victims of deepfake AI intimate images. I would love
Okay, enough of this shit. We'll come back to it in a minute. It just occurred to me. I tend to skip ahead sometimes and presume that everybody's caught up on everything. Has Dad ever told you kids a story? It feels weird saying that right now. I will not call myself Dad during Epstein talk. Listen, I kind of hate it. I want to be Peepaw now. Okay, have we ever actually discussed how this investigation started? Like the first time, the tip, the thing that led to Epstein's arrest in Palm Beach. Like, have we ever discussed that before? Oh no, who's Dawson? Megan, no, I'm sorry. Love you, girl. I don't know who Dawson is, but I'm sorry. From Dawson's Creek? James Vanderbeek? Yeah. Okay, so you know the story. For those of you who don't know the story, yeah, there was a fight. So basically what happened was there was a fight at a high school, okay, in Palm Beach area. During this fight, these two girls are calling each other hookers, all right? And they're beating the shit out of each other. Teachers step in. The principal is like, what the fuck? The principal and the teachers start going through the girls' purses because they're accusing each other of being hookers. And they're saying, you know, this man, she goes and shows her privates and this man, and then she's like, you do too. Apparently the teachers look inside the bag and they're like, oh my God, one of the girls has $300. They're like, what the fuck is this? So then they meet with the parents and the parents are like, oh my God, what the fuck? One of the girls tells her aunt, and the aunt is the one who ends up calling the police. And she says, listen, I don't know if you know what's going on here, but my fucking niece, okay, she got a fight at school. There is this elite billionaire who is not just paying her, but paying a bunch of the girls at the high school to give him a massage and do more, I think. And that's when it kicks off this investigation. And in this investigation, they found that something like 16 girls in this high school had been solicited by Epstein and paid. And that's when all hell broke loose. Because the police chief was buddies with Epstein, who gave them a lot of money. And that ended up not really going well for him because it led to this big investigation into a sex ring in Palm Beach. And then, as if it couldn't get any crazier, a lot of these billionaire elites get involved. And it's like all these different names. But at the time, they only had proof of the massage shit that was going on. Even though a bunch of girls were saying it's much higher than that. It's much higher than that. They were able to find evidence that he had raped 3 girls for sure. He ended up getting charged for one with solicitation of prostitution. It was so fucking sad. Then, in an attempt to help his client, his attorney, Jeffrey Epstein's attorney at the time, had him take a polygraph, which he told everyone Epstein passed, but never provided the proof of that. We now know that's bullshit. So, that's pretty fucking crazy. Why did the school close? I believe they ended up taking it up with the parents. And at the time, the police were like in Epstein's pocket. And it was the aunt who called and was like, nah, this is fucked up. I got more. And I think she may have even called another police station that was not Palm Beach County or the county that Palm Beach is in. They opened an investigation and then they got in a fight with Palm Beach County, I believe, because they wanted to bring in a prosecutor to examine the case because they felt like it was bigger. And then this chief is like, nah. And it was a whole thing. And it was in the paper and it was like a big deal. But the big article by Julie K. Brown that uncovered that he didn't stop and he got a sweetheart deal by Acosta, who went on to become, part of Trump's cabinet, and all the shit about William Barr and all the blackmail shit, like a lot of the bigger shit started to come out. That was in Julie K. Brown's article. And she's the one who really unveiled like the big shit. Like, you don't understand. It's much worse type of shit. The shit we're seeing now. She was responsible for that. And she's out of Florida too. Yeah, Acosta's a major a-hole. It's really bad. Hold on a second. What happened with... Did James Vanderbeek really die? Oh, no. Oh, no. Yeah, so Florida gave him an ankle monitor and gave him a sweetheart deal. That had never been done before there. And a lot of people were very concerned about it. And the problem is they got an immunity deal for everybody who testified against Epstein and then gave him the very like minimum possible that had never been given for that charge. Like it was bad. And then the guy who got the deal with him mysteriously got a spot in the White House cabinet, which is odd because he actually talks with Bannon about getting it for him. So there's that. Yeah, they all worked together. It was pretty fucked up. And because of double jeopardy and shit, they couldn't try him again for it when they found out he was doing it again, but the federal government could, so then they stepped in. But yeah, it's really crazy. Colorectal cancer? What? Dawson, no. That's so fucking sad. Yes, she is still alive. She was pretty pissed off that she was being followed, apparently. Hello, Stephen Earmuffs, Dawson's dead. So there's that. Okay, so that is basically how it all started. But yeah, there was also, there were 3 occasions in which they were able to prove that he had sex with the girls, but really he was raping them. They just put sex in these articles because it was back in the early 2000s. Okay, so here's some of the things I'm going to show you before we get angry at Pam Bondi again together. Let's go ahead and also, because I need a moment for this Dawson stuff. And this all feels very like white and violent and scary and sad. So let's go ahead and sage ourselves.
It's time to remove my chihuahua's demon. This time is going to work.
Azúcar, ponte la mira, azúcar, hanta manjara, mangalangalingilongo, tiki tracatú. A la víbora de la mar, por aquí pueden pasar, los de adelante corren mucho y los de atrás se quedarán.
Hoy mi amor, hasta el perro no te quiere.
Ya está hecho el hechizo. Ahora sí. ¡Úpule! Listo.
Ahorita va a volar.
Drive the fuck up there or you're gonna get booted the fuck out of here. No, fine. Enough. No, you're not a tough guy. Hurry up. I'll fucking promise you that. Hurry up. He's pretty tough. Not that fucking tough.
No, he's not.
Not that fucking
He's not.
tough.
He's not tough.
No, he's pretty tough.
He's not tough.
Fucking tough.
You're not tough.
Hey,
You're not tough.
Let's get going.
Get going.
Or you can play behind us all and you can take all the fucking time you want. This is
golf.
fucking
You're not
embarrassing.
tough.
This is golf. This is not
Yeah,
golf.
it's not.
You can stand there 15 fucking minutes.
You
That's
can't
not
even.
golf.
You guys can't even stand
up.
and tee your ball up, man.
He's not teeing it up. He's standing
Do
there.
we need to get
Fucking
the
moron.
police out here?
No, we don't need police. We're not.
Okay, then let's get going here.
Let's go. Pick your shit up and get going. This is not fun. We're what? I'm gonna throw him in this fucking lake. Is what's gonna happen. No, fuck you both. This is fucking bullshit. They've been sitting there for fucking 23 minutes.
Well, cry about it. Fucking cry about it.
I'm going to.
Fucking cry about
I'm gonna
it.
fucking
You
cry about
fucking
it.
pussy.
I'm a pussy.
Like,
Hey.
fucking cry about it.
Hey, Trev, buddy, you're gonna get fucking shit today.
I don't give a fuck.
Like badly.
Good. Let's fucking
badly.
go, man.
Buddy, you don't want to go me. You don't
Nope,
wanna go.
I'm not filming this. I'm not stopping. No. You guys need to get off the golf course.
Yeah, we will, man.
No, now. Like, pack up, go now.
Don't
Get in the car and go.
I don't know what you're doing. You're not scaring anybody. You're just making
I
yourself.
don't fucking care. Hey, man. Come on, man.
Hey! Off to a good start, buddy. I fucking told you!
Man, leave him alone.
You want another?
He
You
just
want one
fucking
too?
came at me!
Leave him alone, man.
I got it all on record.
It's around the golf.
I got it all on record.
Around the golf.
Hey! You wanna fucking go, guys?
Leave him alone. Hey, leave him alone, man.
I wouldn't keep going back, you fucking moron.
Hey.
Bang!
Come on, man.
Bang!
No, I'm not trying to get in there. Like, just like, fuck me.
Enough! Are you still cheering on you? Enough! Get out!
Hey.
Enough! Hey!
Hello, folks, Nuts here. A lot of you have been asking me about my morning routine, so here it is. It's my new teeth. Snort-worthy smile, if you ask me. So I like to start my morning by waking up at 2 in the afternoon, get a quick lift, lick, and lurk in before I go off and spend the next several hours in the woods. And this time is mainly for my freeform lurks. I just lurk like no one's watching. Then I head into town to do some casual creeping. I mean, I'm freaking everyone out because I'm getting in my squirms. But you gotta squirm to stay firm. I forget what I'm doing for the next 3 days and get an office job that I absolutely hate. Spend most of my time hiding in the storage closet, but all my coworkers know I'm in there. The next 26 hours I'm purposefully unconscious, come to so I can try on some tuxes because I'm getting married. Love to Ragnora. I'll practice my funeral for 30 minutes, at which point I gotta pretend to listen to someone tell me about a dream they have, but I'm really just thinking about what I'm gonna say. Then, and this is important, I'll just wait, eerily, for hours. What am I waiting for? A big heap of nothing. I wait to wait. I'll spend 2 minutes trying to create fire with my mind, giving me just enough time for a last lurk before the day begins. That's the Bobo way.
Big boy, get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. Big boy ain't get on the roof. Never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. Big boy ain't lay on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy drill on the roof. Never seen a big boy drill on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy drill on the roof. Big boy drilling on the roof. Big boy drilling on the roof. Big boy ain't drilling on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. Big boy ain't climbing on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. How you do it like that? Damn, you got tools on your back. Climbing on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. Shit, big boy get loose. Shit, big boy get loose. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never, oh shit, he's falling on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy hop on the roof. How you do it like that? Oh shit, you just like a fat. Oh shit, pick up your back. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. Get on the roof. Get on the roof. Get your ass out the roof. Get your ass back out the roof. I ain't never see a big boy leap on the roof. Take a big ass.
Okay. So now we're going to talk about someone named Masha Drakova. And we briefly touched on her. No pun intended, because I know this is the Epstein files. We touched on her the other day. Excuse me, let me get a sip. So, Masha was basically considered Epstein's PR agent. She did do work very similar to women like Sarah Kellen and Natasha and the women that essentially helped book appointments that they weren't supposed to. Masha is a very bad person. I personally think she is a Russian spy. Oh, snap. Hold on. Guys, I'm sorry. Mookie's just awoke. He had a nap. He needs to go outside. I hate to do this to you, but I got to Pam Bondi you for a minute, and then we will come back to Masha. I know. It's an inconvenience and horribly sad because it is Pam Bondi. She's hard to look at and really bad, but Mookie's has to make the poo-poos into babies. And the Hoogan says hello, and he loves you, and thank you, Derek, for being a new member. Mookie's, I take you outside. I'll be right back.
Hear your perspective and what you are seeing related to these technology-based criminal trends, sextortion, and AI deepfakes. What are you seeing at the Department of Justice, and why do you believe that efforts to combat these types of crimes are important?
Sextortion, and thank you for supporting that, Congresswoman. I think that was a bipartisan effort, actually. I think many of you on both sides of the aisle supported that. Thank you for that. You know, as a career prosecutor, it's horrible seeing that and seeing that young women and often young boys have been exploited with sextortion. And I see, thank you, both sides of the aisle nodding on that. It's horrific. The suicide rates go up. And that's why we have to do everything in our power to protect not only young girls, adult women, boys and men from sextortion, because it is happening and we're doing everything in our power, thanks to your legislation, all of you, to stop that.
I'd like to hear a little bit more about some of the Department of Justice programs like Project Safe Childhood and the Internet Crimes Against Children Task Forces, partnerships that bring together federal, state, and local law enforcement. Sometimes the work between those law enforcement groups together really creates some incredibly powerful outcomes and some great success stories. I know you, as Florida's Attorney General, had a tremendous amount of leadership in our state, trying to make sure we were taking care of children, also the elderly, protecting them from fraud, ending drug trafficking. Tell us a little bit about some of those departments within DOJ.
Yeah, when you talked about Project Safe Neighborhoods, we've done a lot of that in Florida when I was state AG, and actually back when I was a state prosecutor prior to being Attorney General. That is so important. I feel like what we've been doing in DC too, with the Take Back DC and Make DC Safe Again, is similar to that. Going into the neighborhoods, working with the community, seeing law enforcement officers out there playing basketball with kids who live in the neighborhood. It's pretty remarkable what we've seen firsthand. Citizens in Memphis saying that they appreciate, they can walk outdoors now and they feel safe. People coming up thanking law enforcement and working hand in hand with them. We will continue all of these programs and working jointly with both sides of the aisle to keep our families safe.
Thank you for that, Madam Attorney General. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
I'd like to introduce for the record a letter to Director Gabbard from Mr. Warner and Mr. Himes, and a letter of response from her to them about who invited her to Atlanta, and a copy of the search warrant. And I'd also like to just make clear for the record, the reason people in Memphis weren't going out was because the ice was on the ground and we were afraid we'd fall. But other than that, we go out all the time.
Gentlemen, without objection, there's unanimous consent. The gentlelady from Vermont is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Attorney General Bondi, according to your department, a child is sexually abused in the United States every 9 minutes. And the vast majority of survivors never get justice. And that's one of the reasons why I think the Epstein case has resonated so deeply with so many Americans. And the other reason I think is because it has revealed a two-tiered system of justice. And the powerful are protected and the survivors rarely get any accountability. And the Epstein files contain evidence of a multi-decade international criminal conspiracy involving some of the wealthiest and the most powerful people in the world. There's evidence of financial crimes, political corruption, sex trafficking, and of course, horrible sexual abuse. And I want to remind everybody, this isn't a game. These are real people, people who have suffered, who are sitting here with us today, and they deserve answers and they deserve accountability. And I'm here to try to get some for them. Now, I've seen some of the unredacted Epstein files, and obviously, as you know, President Trump's name is all over them, but so are the names of other senior Trump officials: Howard Lutnick, Secretary of Commerce; John Phelan, the Secretary of the Navy; and Stephen Feinberg, the Deputy Secretary of Defense.
Here we fucking go,
These men
finally.
were appointed by President Trump to senior positions in his administration. All of them have clear and confirmed ties to Jeffrey Epstein. Attorney General Bondi, yes or no, has the Justice Department asked Secretary Lutnick about his ties to Epstein?
Excuse me. Secretary Lutnick has addressed those ties himself.
I'm asking you, has the Justice Department specifically asked Secretary Lutnick about his ties to Jeffrey Epstein?
He has addressed those ties himself.
Has the DOJ asked Secretary Phelan about his ties to Jeffrey Epstein?
I don't know whether he has addressed those or not.
Has the Deputy Secretary Feinberg talked to the Department of Justice about his ties to Jeffrey Epstein? Yes or no? Has the Department of Justice talked to Deputy Secretary Feinberg about his ties to Jeffrey Epstein, which are clearly spelled out in the files? It's a very, very simple question. It's not a trick question. I'm just asking you.
Yeah, I'm stunned that you want to continue talking about.
Oh my gosh.
Epstein
Okay, I'm
instead of a Border
reclaiming my
Patrol
time. I'm
agent
asking
murder.
you not a trick question, a simple
Stunned.
question. Okay, so what is clear is we have evidence.
Do you know who Chris Malin is?
We have evidence that 3 senior officials within the Trump administration have ties to Jeffrey Epstein. And what I can
ties
conclude,
mean?
I can conclude
What does
from what
ties
you are
mean?
saying that you have not talked to them.
What does ties
So,
mean?
I
Can you
think
define that?
Americans would be shocked to learn that you are not interested in talking with these officials who have ties to Jeffrey Epstein.
What does
across
ties
the
mean?
world,
Can you define that?
across the world,
Can you
prominent
define
men
ties?
who've been
Time
exposed
belongs to the
in the files have resigned their jobs in disgrace. And that's a good first start. And that same
Disgrace is
standard,
not saying the word
this
Chris
same
Malin.
standard should apply here. And Americans want accountability.
Who is Chris Malin?
Was the president
he?
aware? Please stop talking. It is not your time to ask
was he?
questions. It is not your time. I'm reclaiming my time, Mr. Chair.
One
Time
second.
belongs to the gentlelady from Vermont.
Was the president aware of Secretary Lutnick's ties to Epstein when he chose him to lead the Department of Commerce? Was he aware?
Chris Malin was a Border Patrol agent.
Okay, so
He
I'm
was
going to
shocked,
conclude
and
that
she
the president, in
never
fact,
mentioned
did
him
know about his
in
ties
her
because he
district.
was the next door neighbor.
Shame on you.
Oh, for goodness sakes.
You're
this
from
is
a tiny,
pathetic. This
beautiful
is
state.
pathetic, Mr.
Committee will be
Chair.
in order.
I am not asking trick questions here.
You
The
got your
American
5
people
minutes.
have a right to know the answers to this. These are senior officials in the Trump administration. This is not a game, Secretary.
I'm Attorney General.
My apologies, I couldn't tell. By 2008,
Oh my God. Fucking drag her. Take the wig. Take her wig.
we knew that Epstein was a convicted sexual abuser. And we now know that Lutnick went to Epstein's Island in 2012. How was that not a deal breaker for the president? And why aren't you asking questions of the Commerce Secretary about what he saw when
This is the part where I'll answer the question. Let me answer the question of why the president didn't care, didn't ask questions. Let me tell you why. Because if you think it's bad that Howard Lutnick, which it is, he is the Secretary of Commerce, okay? If you think it's bad that that guy went to the island, he went with his wife and his kids, he said, which doesn't make it better because he listed out his kids' ages for Epstein, which is super fucking weird. He didn't give his wife's age, but he gave all of his kids' ages. Very concerning. If you think him doing that in 2012 is bad, let me show you something crazy. Here's why Trump can't jump up Lutnick's ass. Here's why he cannot care. He literally cannot. Because if he made a big stink about that, people might see this part in the Epstein files, which I hadn't seen anybody tweet about or talk about at all. Now, trigger warning, there was some very disappointing information in here. Somebody that is a Mother Bay goddess queen, somebody who I've named myself after on my alt account, which became this channel, Oblivious Benson, is located in this invitation. I have not confirmed yet if she attended, but I find it heartbreaking. Now, here's what you need to know. Peggy, the woman who sent out this invite, very, very close to Jared Kushner, Ivanka Trump, Donald Trump, Jeffrey Epstein, and Ghislaine, as well as the Clintons. She's very close to all of them. She knows the dynamic. She speaks personally in emails to Jeffrey quite frequently up until his death. So here's another thing you need to know, okay? Jared Kushner, he doesn't just own 666 Park Avenue, which is unfortunate, and a bunch of slums in Baltimore and DC. He doesn't just work on behalf of his father doing real estate deals. At one point in time, he actually owned the New York Observer. Remember that? The paper? He owned it. That's right. Jared Kushner owned the New York Observer. Kind of a big deal. So Jared Kushner was considered a publisher, and he would get these fancy awards for publishing every year. And there was a big invite to the New York Observer 25th anniversary. Okay. It was a big party. And this invite was only sent out to a very elite and small guest list, handpicked by Jared Kushner. Now, keep in mind, let's go through a timeline real quick. 2005 is when Trump said on record in depositions, okay, when he didn't plead the fifth, all the times he did, he said on record, all right, in his depositions and to the public in statements on Twitter repeatedly, I haven't talked to Jeffrey since 2005 when I kicked him out of Mar-a-Lago. We know that's bullshit, but go with it. So he said that happened in 2005. He kicked him out and he never spoke of him or to him again. He hates him. Everyone knows he hates him. 2006, after Jeffrey gets busted and after they're in this feud over this real estate deal for about a year, Trump gets the property. All the shit goes down with Epstein. And then Trump calls the chief of police to see what they know, see if Jeffrey flipped on him. Then we move forward. And we move to the present day where Trump still maintains 2005, right? Let me show you something from 2013. And you need to know, Jared and Ivanka got married in 2009. Okay? So 2009, Jared and Ivanka married. Okay? Ivanka talks to her dad every day. Ivanka helped with getting him elected and kind of running the country, which I'm going to show you in a little bit. Jared, okay, very, very close to, you got it, Epstein. Jared's brother had a girlfriend who, at the time, who later became his wife, who started this thing called Code Girl, where it was teaching young teen girls how to code. Well, Les Wexner's crew was a little bit pissed because they wanted to do something similar and use the whole limited 2 line. And they actually reached out to Epstein about this. Like, they reached out through a friend saying, hey, maybe you can talk to Kushner's brother's girlfriend at the time about how to do that and collaborate. Let her know we come in peace, shit like that. So, for some reason, Epstein actually had a pretty great relationship with the Kushners, with the 2 boys. And it seems that, you know, their dad was involved in some legal shit too. If I remember correctly, didn't he go to prison? Anyway, Epstein invested their money for, I believe, their dad at one point. That's the rumor on the streets. Him and Jared stayed homies. But what's weird is, if Trump hates Epstein, would never be caught dead in a room with him, but Trump is also very closely intertwined with Jared, so much so that he let him run the country too with Ivanka, and he let him handle Israel, Palestine, and make really big decisions, okay? So keep in mind, how weird is it that in 2013, Jared's invite only small roster, okay, for his 25th anniversary party, being a publisher for the New York Observer, which also in the same year, he ended up giving up, like literally announcing through a memo that he's going to be giving up after this because he's going to work with Trump to run for president. So this is all going on. And yes, I believe Jeffrey represented his dad before and during and after he was a felon at one point. So that's kind of crazy, but he was very close to the Kushner family. So isn't it weird that in 2013, this invite only from Peggy, who knows the entire dynamic, who's very close. And keep in mind, a lot of things that involve Jeffrey talking to or about someone are blacked out, but things that seem to have Jeffrey angry at Trump are open. We can see that. But there's some that seem to line up with other documents that have the exact same content that they forgot to take things out, like the URL, and you can actually see Don's name. And it's like, wait, I thought they hated each other because they're redacted. We're never going to get to see that, right? Because then they took those down. But a bunch of people preserve them. Now, here's what's weird. We still can only presume that this is Jeffrey talking to someone talking to Trump. But what do we have here? We have this invite, okay? This is to Jeffrey, all right? And this says the from is blanked out, but it's from Peggy. Look at this. Dear Mr. Epstein, Jared Kushner, New York's youngest powerhouse publisher, is celebrating the 25th anniversary of New York Observer on Thursday, March 14th. Mayor Michael Bloomberg will be by his side to toast you all. The Observer is honoring those who have defined and shaped New York since 1987. They are celebrating blah, 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 Peggy. Jared Kushner, publisher, Joseph Meyer, CEO. Keep in mind, this is in 2013. Now let's look at the guest list. Cory Booker, remember him? Didn't he date Rosalie? Well, what's her name? It doesn't matter. Cory Booker, Arthur Carter, Georgina Chapman, Katie Couric, Lauren Santo. Now, this is where I need you to tighten your butthole because it gets a little upsetting. Domingo, like from SNL, I don't know. Larry Gagosian, Mariska Hargitay. Let's hope she didn't go. Carolina Herrera. This is supposedly the list of people that have RSVP'd, though. That's the problem. Carolina Herrera, Katie Holmes, Woody Johnson, Peter Kaplan, Commissioner Ray Kelly, Ken Kurson, Matt Lauer. What? Blake Lively? Terry Lundgren, Peter Martins, Cynthia McFadden, Sean Parker, Ronald Perlman, Steven Schwartzman, Lara Spencer, Steve Tisch. Oh, what's that? Donald, Ivanka, Harvey Weinstein, George C. Wolf. Cordially invite you and a guest to join them. So all these people were as RSVP confirmed, and as the list got stacked, she would add to it to make the invite look even better. But I'm a little concerned with these, and I'm definitely concerned about this. What the fuck? And this is wild. Okay. But again, Jeffrey Epstein hanging out with Donald and Ivanka and Harvey Weinstein in 2013. But I thought he hadn't spoke to him, heard from him, been in a room with him. He cut him out of his life in 2005. Yet here we are with Jeffrey Epstein in 2013. That's kind of crazy, right? I feel like it's crazy. Okay, so back to, let me pull this up. Back to Masha. Let's talk about Masha Drakova, okay? So Masha is a Russian lady who got flown in one day, all right, by Epstein. And by all accounts, I'll just skip to the business. She is a Russian plant. She has a deep history here. Let me just pull this up real quick because I've got too many fucking notes on Masha, and I'd like to just give you the goods. Here we go. So she's this bitch that essentially was like Epstein's PR girl. At least that's what she told people. She like ran errands, got files, did things for him, but she also only did that for a little while because she insisted, okay, that she was very educated and that she wanted to do all kinds of things in tech, and she's very interested in cryogenics and freezing people and then unfreezing them. And she essentially wanted to be the next Elizabeth Holmes. And she was kind of on her way because she did get the 30 under 30 in Silicon Valley Award. I think it was like a Forbes Award or something. Either way, she gets this fucking award. Epstein sponsors her. He's like kind of obsessed with like funding her to put her in Silicon Valley. And they have a weird, super flirty relationship. Like it's super weird. Simultaneously, she looked like a child at a very young age. She came from Russia, but here's the thing. She was a part of this youth movement while she was in Russia that was pretty fucked up. And it was handpicked by Vladimir Putin. And it was basically like kid cops. Like they train kids to be spies. All of a sudden, she appears in the US. She's hanging out with a billionaire. She's getting funded on this like science type of certificate, allegedly. And the whole thing's very shady. She didn't have a Russian passport, she claimed at one point in time. And a lot of people have likened her to a Maria Butina. She actually followed very much in the path of two other former Russian spies who had been booted. And even Sean Ryan said she's compromised as fuck to the point where he wouldn't air her episode until recently when she came out in the Epstein files. I personally have bullied her on Twitter in the past because it's very obvious that she's a fucking spy. She also says horrible things about how like we need to basically make everybody white as fuck, and she only trusts people who are 93% Jewish or more. So she insists that everyone around her gets a 23andMe because if they're not 93% Jewish or more, then she doesn't want to be around them. She talks about eugenics all the time. She's kind of obsessed with some Hitlery shit. She fucking loves Putin. She literally was picked to be in this elite group of youth child soldiers that do all sorts of Kremlin shit. And then all of a sudden, she just shows the fuck up here. And Jeffrey Epstein suddenly is like sponsoring her for all these tech awards. And she seems to have a lot of really fucked up emails with him. Let's take a look at them. Now, this is the woman who's super into cloning people, says she would give up her body for science if it meant that we could clone a bunch of perfect white people. Then she talks about how we need to study the human brain because it's malleable and we need to learn manipulation tactics. She talks like a fucking spy. Anyway, she has a shitload of emails with Jeffrey Epstein in addition to texts that are located in here. Now, this is an outgoing call to Masha. The duration is 13 minutes. They do talk quite a bit, actually. So Masha says, please connect me with this privacy company if you can. It sounds interesting. Then there's some calls in between them because he doesn't like to text to her. Then he sends her a movie. And then down here, we've got, okay, we've got back and forth. He sends her a heart. She likes the movie. Okay. How are Jeffrey celebrating? You, yes. Fun. Where are you? San Francisco. Now, at this time, she is on the West Coast trying to break into the Silicon Valley community. It's like, yeah, it is 2019 at this point. She has been, I believe, here less than 2 years. And all of a sudden, she goes from doing his bidding at his Palm Beach resort to a resort house, I should say, to the heart of Silicon Valley, fully backed with a fuck ton of money and set up to be named 30 under 30, alongside previous people who won, like Elizabeth Holmes, and I believe that Sam guy who got arrested, can't remember his last name. Anyway, he's crypto dude. He fucking scammed everybody. Basically every single person who won the years prior, they all got arrested and went to prison for some sort of scam. A lot of it involved the SEC. So it's odd that she pops up all of a sudden, okay? So then she says San Francisco. He says Happy Women Day. She says thank you, Jeffrey. And then they call each other again. More missed calls, more missed calls. The point is they talk a lot, right? And they Skype. And then she sends him wow. Now they have a lot of back and forths just like this, where it just goes to calls and calls and calls. But they also have a lot of boring shit that's kind of like the Deepak Chopra shit, where they're just talking bibbly babble about eugenics and all these different things. I have no idea, and honestly, she's kind of stupid. Like, she literally is one of those people who's like, I don't know how DNA test works, but then she's supposed to be like this genius in the heart of Silicon Valley. So here is what is kind of crazy about Masha. Give me just 1 second. So one of the things that she gets behind is this thing called Day One Ventures. And she's all about storytelling, PR. She claims to have been Epstein's PR guru. But the fact of the matter is, every appearance she has, she doesn't make good sense. She sounds almost sociopathic. She talks about humans as if we are cadavers. She has no problem being racist whatsoever. And she also gets very, very nervous when she's pressed on things. Now, when Sean pressed her on Epstein, she immediately started looking like deer in the headlights, got a little shaky, but it wasn't in a sad way. It was like, oh, fuck. And her voice kind of slowed. I highly recommend actually watching that episode, because the reason he didn't air it is because he was positive she was a Russian asset. We now know she is. Also, I'm going to read you the only statement that she has put out since the recent Epstein file drop. Keep in mind, she never, ever defended any of the things, because she also got very sexual with Epstein, which is why we're not going to look at that conversation today. But let's just say she got very flirty with them. And she has never once been negative towards him prior to this recent document drop. So that's kind of weird. She also praises the fuck out of Elon. And what you're about to hear, I'm going to read you her statement and show it to you on Twitter. It's the only one that she put out, and then she locked her shit, and I don't know why I can see it. I think it's because I bullied her for so long. They let me see it now. I don't know. She was put in a movie called Putin's Kiss. And she tries to defend and say that she defected from Russia. I'll tell you that straight up front. And how she talks about how she was very outspoken against Putin. Well, so was everybody else that he put here as a spy. That's kind of part of the cover hunt. And you can't be wanted by Russia as a defector of the state while simultaneously in 2019 going to the St. Petersburg Economic Forum. She has frequently gone back to Russia since, and she thinks nobody knows, but that shit's also in the Epstein files. So everything you're about to hear is total bullshit. But to be fair, it is the statement that she put out. So here's the only thing she has said thus far about it. And this is Masha's statement, okay? Let me pull this up. Okay, I'm going to make it nice and big. Give me 1 second. Let me just zoom in a little here. Okay. There we go. Growing up in post-Soviet Russia, I'm just kidding. Growing up in post-Soviet Russia, I joined the regime's youth movement. That's on white power shit. At 15, believing it was the path forward. By my late teens, I saw Putin's corruption and evil up close. I left, spoke out, including in the documentary Putin's kiss and defected to the US. After receiving my green card in 2017, Russian state media branded me a traitor. Now, here's the thing. This shit was set up by Epstein, okay, and his pimp, his lady pimp, to get her over there. I believe at one point it even looks like he orders her. This is the Russian girl they're talking about in that email. Also, Russian state media did not brand her a traitor, which is why she was able to re-enter the country multiple times, including in 2019. So my family faced real consequences. There have been several writers who have really tackled this hard in the last 48 hours and since Sean's podcast. And it seems they didn't. They're actually doing pretty fucking good. My father lost his job. Well, it's okay because Putin gave him one. And we lived under constant threats and scrutiny from Russian government. Dissidents abroad were and still are targeted, and the danger has only worsened. I was terrified and desperate for safety and stability. In this context, I first connected with Jeffrey Epstein in 2017. Sure, we can follow her and Ivy Nile. Fuck it. Where am I? In this context, I first connected with Jeffrey Epstein in 2017. It was 2 months after the huge attack in Russia on me and my family. He made me feel I could be safe from the regime, someone with power and connections who would shield me from those threats. I was naive. I didn't dig deep enough early on. Babe, again, I've said this before to others, but it just takes a Google. Like, you're supposed to be a tech genius, right? You didn't Google him, hon? Where have we heard this before? In fact, I didn't even know such a person existed before our first meeting. I believe his story that his earlier conviction was about sleeping with a girl who lied about her age and trusted validations from multiple investors and scientists. I regret that deeply. Why didn't you Google him? And also, you believed him. Even though he told, okay. I made 4 introductions to journalists over 2 years, unpaid as documented, and never visited his island. No, you were at his Palm Beach estate a lot. I leaned on his reassurances and trusted those around him. Around him? Okay. I now see clearly how profoundly dark and evil he was. A master manipulator who preyed on vulnerability with chilling precision. I have since connected with some of his victims and learned a similar pattern of taking in women who felt they had nowhere else to go, making them feel safe, and then threatening to take away that safety in exchange for some. This is disgusting because she's literally using the victim stories and trying to apply that to her, just like Sarah did, just like Natasha did. Like, these women were known to 100% do very bad things. In her case, she is a Russian asset. The reason she is allowed to stay here is because Trump doesn't want to punish her. Why? Because she was very fucking close to Jeffrey. He funded her being here and likely got her that green card from his connections. If you feel what I'm putting down, i.e. White House, ban it, you feel me? To my founders team and investors, I'm truly sorry. Oh, by the way, she runs a pyramid scheme. This has caused pain I never intended. And the pyramid scheme is to freeze us so that billionaires can get unfrozen in a few years and still look young. I gave up my Russian passport years ago. No, you didn't. And also you literally were there in 2019. Can't return without risking my freedom and have publicly opposed the Putin regime. I haven't, but also in the Epstein files, you praise it. I haven't seen my elderly grandparents in 5 years. This was the price I paid to do my work here and serve the purpose of building the most important companies of our time. The companies are also very invested in creating a very specific race of people and letting you pick your gender and color and size and genetics for your baby. After Epstein died, I supported the investigation and assumed that from then and forever, whatever I do under a microscope will be under the microscope for regulators. I definitely the most closely watched VC out of all cap tables of our portfolio companies. Fuck Putin, fuck Epstein. I love America, the values it stands for, the incredible people building the future, day one ventures, and my founders are my life. I'll keep fighting for them and for what's right. I would urge you all to go through Masha's profile. Go check it out on Twitter. Go through it. look back at the things she talks about, the things she's spewing, and you tell me, okay? You tell me what she finds important. Notice she's very heavy in the art community and very attached to artists who she mentions that are also very closely tied to Leon Black, and praises a lot of pieces from when he was working at the museum that he also talks about with Epstein. Okay, I'm going to take a little reading break and we'll get back to this more. We are going to talk about Masha more in the future, but she did put out a statement on Twitter and I did think it was kind of important, so we got to talk about it. All right, let me go ahead and, oh, hi, Mookies. Let me go ahead and put this up for you because we are going to continue watching Pam Bondi lie to us a little longer. This thing is going on a lot longer than I thought. Here we go.
He was at the island, which he lied about not ever going to. Why are you not asking these questions? And I see that my time is almost expired, so I will say this. Do the right thing, Attorney General. Meet with the survivors. They have been asking for a year. Meet with the survivors. Do the right thing. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized for 5 minutes.
May I have 20 seconds of his time?
So that'd be up to the gentleman, but.
Absolutely, Madam.
Thank you. Thank you. I was curious if you, Congresswoman, asked Bill Clinton that. Didn't see one tweet, not one. I didn't see one tweet when Joe Biden was in office about Bill Clinton. Didn't ask Merrick Garland anything about Epstein, not once when he was.
Weak sauce.
And also, I want the record to reflect that, you know, with this anti-Semitic culture right now, she voted against a resolution condemning.
Oh,
is
Jewish. I just want to be clear. Do you want to go there, Attorney General? Or do you want to go there? Are you serious? Talking about anti-Semitism to a woman who lost her grandfather in the Holocaust? Really?
The committee will be in order.
Talk to Jared Wise about anti-Semitism.
The ranking member knows that.
Can I get like 30 seconds back, you know?
Yeah, I've been,
took
I think
30
the
of
whole
mine.
committee knows I've been very generous in
thank you.
making sure everyone gets their 5 minutes in the same.
Attorney General, I'm going to talk about sanctuary cities for a second, which limit the federal government's ability to enforce immigration law. They're kind of a new thing that Democrat jurisdictions are doing. They're in violation of federal law. During President Trump's first term, he rightly targeted sanctuary jurisdictions to try to force them to cooperate with federal immigration law. Federal immigration law, mind you, that was voted on in 1996, most recently, in a bipartisan Congress, signed by a Democrat president. But they are in violation of that law. These states and jurisdictions feel entitled to certain grants, of course. Y'all are combating that. Do sanctuary policies limit the federal government's ability to accurately estimate how many criminal illegals are in the country?
Yes.
Thank you. This means that the number of illegals could be higher, probably higher. Does this hurt the federal government's ability to carry out immigration laws designed by Congress?
Yes, Congressman.
In your opinion, do you believe that the Biden-Harris administration and Democrat pro-sanctuary policies make our communities safer? And
It's crazy because the Republicans run everything now, and they have for a long time, and they did 8 years ago for 4 years. So, like, it's just crazy how we keep talking about the past administration. And I mean, Biden has fucking brain cancer, and they're still fucking shitting all over him. Like, this is fucking crazy. This is disgusting.
For the American taxpayer, do sanctuary policies make our communities safer?
No, Congressman.
I want to do a brief video to highlight sanctuary cities. So what's strange to me, if you look at this board behind me, in New York, there are 7,000 criminal illegal aliens since January 20th of last year. They've been released into the public because New York is not honoring detainers requested by ICE. California, similarly, has released 4,500 criminal illegal aliens. There are 33,000 under detainer in California alone. And of the people released, I think it's remarkable that those released in New York, 29 homicides, 2,500 assaults, almost 200 burglaries. These are people that are released into our community by these states that refuse to cooperate. Last August, Michael Jordan Castellano Fonseca, a criminal illegal alien with ties to Tren de Agua, shot 2 people in front of 5 children in the sanctuary state of Colorado. DHS lodged a detainer on him. He's awaiting trial, but the question is whether Colorado's sanctuary policies will prevent him from being removed from the country. Yes or no? Do you think that sanctuary jurisdictions, if they cooperated with ICE, those illegals in custody could be transferred to ICE properly instead of being held in taxpayer-funded jails and then released into our community?
Yes, Congressman.
Wouldn't it be more efficient and safer then if Democrats simply cooperated with the federal government, these sanctuary jurisdictions cooperated with the federal government and honored ICE detainers? And why? Why do you think?
Of course, because so many criminals are running to sanctuary jurisdictions. Many of your colleagues across the aisle who we've seen speaking today about Epstein don't want to talk about the illegal criminals in their own jurisdiction for that reason. And yes, we need to do everything we can to work together to make America safer, and they're not doing that.
This is not a partisan issue. People want to feel safe in their communities. Nobody wants a criminal illegal alien released into the street. I think that the thing that maybe the American people don't quite understand is that when you do not honor a detainer, as we've seen, an illegal is released into the public, and now it's up to ICE to maybe apprehend them, rather than behind the courtroom passing them off from one law enforcement to the next. Is that true?
Absolutely.
What do you think what is the Department of Justice doing right now to combat sanctuary policies in our country?
We're doing everything in our power, obviously, to combat that. Donald Trump is doing everything he can because we are going to make America safe. We are going to get illegal criminal aliens out of this country. We're going to get the gangs out, TDA, MS-13, all of the gangs in this country. We're going to get the drug dealers out and the drugs, and that's what we've been fighting to do. And I wish we could do it on a bipartisan basis, but they just can't do it.
And the decrease in numbers speak for themselves. Thank you for your work.
Gentleman's time
Mr.
is,
Chairman, we have some UCs, if that's okay.
that is okay.
Mr. Cohen.
Thank you. You see on the National Institute of Justice's study on undocumented immigrants having an offender rate lower than U.S.-born citizens. I'd like to enter this in the record from 2024.
Without objection.
And I have several myself, Mr. Chairman. The Guardian, January 26, 2026, why is Trump granting clemency to convicted fraudsters?
Objection.
January 2026, NBC, Trump's pardons forgive financial crimes that came with hundreds of millions of dollars in punishment.
Objection.
Washington Post, December 19, 2025, Trump's pardons wipe out payments to defrauded victims.
Without objection.
And finally, May 30th, 2024, Trump found guilty by Manhattan jury on 34 felony counts of fraud.
Without objection. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. Attorney General Bondi, glad you finally made it here after hiding for 4 months from this committee. I understand
Whoa,
why
I thought
you're
you were
hiding from us.
Chairman?
You're one of the worst attorney generals in our history and an instrument of Donald Trump's lawless authoritarian agenda. And I'm glad the American people are seeing who you are, how you act, and the lack of good values. You weaponize the Department of Justice to target immigrants, working families, and anyone that Trump deems an enemy of the state, all to protect real powerful criminals, including in your administration. My Democratic colleagues have focused on your cover-up of the Epstein files and your passion for protecting pedophiles and child traffickers. That alone is grounds for impeachment. But there's so much more to your corrupt tenure as Attorney General. You directed prosecutors to investigate elected officials in welcoming jurisdictions, and you got thrown out of court when you sued Chicago, Cook County, and Illinois. You directed prosecutors to prioritize low-level immigration cases while gutting enforcement against corporate criminals and public corruption. You revived draconian
You're
law
talking
of
about public corruption to
1798,
me? Whoa.
which should be repealed to illegally send people to a torture prison in El Salvador. You fired over 100 immigration judges, including the assistant chief immigration judge in Chicago, without cause, and installed unqualified military judges whom you instructed to deny asylum in violation of the law. You prosecute the president's enemies like Jim Comey and Tish James while giving impunity to federal agents who are murdering and brutalizing and terrorizing constituents, including in Chicagoland, in my neighborhood. I saw it last year firsthand. You and Cash Patel covered up the murder of Silverio Villegas Gonzalez in my district by ICE agents. You tried to investigate Renee Good instead of the ICE agent who murdered her, and you tried to cover up the murder of Alex Preddy by CBP agents. You bring fake charges against protesters like the Broadview Six and Marimar Martinez, whom your administration labeled a domestic terrorist. This is the Montessori teacher who lives in my district, while protecting thugs who terrorize us and DHS authority. That's what you do. Protect and enable the criminals who are plundering our society.
Get her ass, drag her ass, take her wig, drag her ass, toss her ass in the street, fuck her. Ugh, all hail dead bug.
And destroying what's left of democracy and the rule of law. Epstein accomplices, mass DHS thugs, corporate criminals, Tom Homan, Eric Adams, insurrectionists, the list goes on. And you talk about fighting crime, but you protect any criminal who helps you and Trump turn our country into an authoritarian gangster state.
What?
And after all this, nobody supports you. I'm not talking about Democrats. I'm talking about conservative judges.
What?
Who are condemning the rampant lawlessness at DOJ under your leadership.
What?
Your prosecutors are quitting in droves over being forced to prosecute low-level immigration cases, including in Chicagoland. Your MAGA base despises you because you're covering up the Epstein file. How ironic. And even
Nobody likes you, Pam.
your own boss has repeatedly complained to your staff about you, calling you weak and ineffective. Weak and ineffective. That's what Donald Trump thinks of you.
Ooh, that part upset her. Let's go back. Love that part. Let's go back. Love that part.
You and Trump turn our country into an authoritarian gangster state. And after all this, nobody supports you. I'm not talking about Democrats. I'm talking about conservative judges who are condemning the rampant lawlessness at DOJ under your leadership. Your prosecutors are quitting in droves over being forced to prosecute low-level immigration cases, including in Chicagoland. Your MAGA base despises you because you're covering up the Epstein file. How ironic. And even your own boss has repeatedly complained to your staff about you, calling you weak and ineffective. Weak and ineffective. That's what Donald Trump thinks of you already. You will not win, however. Chicagoland rejects you. The American people reject you. Our communities have demonstrated our strength and resilience.
I rebuke you, bitch ass, in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
In the face of cruelty and cowardice. Democrats must impeach and remove lawless officials like you and Kristi Noem and impose accountability for every criminal action. But you can spare yourself more humiliation. Resign now and submit yourself to accountability by the American people. Mr. Chairman, before I yield back, I ask unanimous consent to submit for the record this Wall Street Journal article dated January 12th, 2026, entitled, "Trump has complained about Pam Bondi repeatedly to aides." Thank you, and I yield back.
Objection. Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I thank the chairman.
May I have 20 seconds, please?
Oh, no. I would like to apologize on behalf of my state for whatever's about to happen. I don't like her attitude. The woman behind her smiling looks like a bitch. I am not excited for whoever this is speaking from Texas. Unless it's Jasmine Crockett, and I don't think it is. Ooh. Here we go.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Let's hear the opposition research.
Thank you. That's absolutely right. That they're not running for, he's not running for office again because, well, I don't know why you're not running for office again, but after the filing deadline, you publicly announced you would not run when your chief of staff, Patty Garcia, announced and took your seat.
That's a state matter. That isn't a federal matter. You should investigate crimes.
Time belongs
You
to
should
the
investigate
gentleman
violations
from
of the law.
Texas. The time belongs to the gentleman from Texas.
And a little flexibility on the time. I appreciate the chairman. Madam Attorney General, am I correct that under your leadership, the Department of Justice has prosecuted cases of non-citizen voting? So it's false, as some of my Democratic colleagues have claimed, that it doesn't happen.
Yes.
I ask that today because we're voting on the Save America Act today to enact common sense policies to ensure only American citizens vote in American elections and enact federal voter ID laws. But it's true, for example, that in just this month, a federal grand jury in Newark indicted 2 men with illegally voting in federal election and making false statements. Mohammed Mazammel and Mohammed Shakil were non-citizens at the time they registered to vote. This happens, it happens regularly, and you're prosecuting those crimes, correct?
Yes.
But does that prosecution of those criminals overturn their previously cast votes?
That's all pending.
But it does not overturn votes that they've cast, right? So passing the Save
No,
America
Congressman.
Act would help deal with that problem.
Yes, Congressman.
Second question, as Attorney General, you're in charge of the Executive Office of Immigration Review, correct?
Yes, Congressman.
The Biden-Mayorkas regime caused the immigration court case backlog to explode, correct?
Explode.
Does that sound about right that in September of 2020, 4 months before President Biden took office, there was a backlog of 1.5 million cases, but by the time President Biden left office, the backlog reached nearly 4.2 million cases?
It sounds about right, but I don't have the exact numbers.
It would be accurate to say that most individuals who file for asylum have a meritless or fraudulent claim?
Most. I don't have the numbers.
Oh, so does it sound correct that of the asylum cases adjudicated in FY 2023 under the Biden regime, that only 14% resulted in an asylum grant and only 12% in fiscal year 2024? Does that sound correct?
It sounds correct. I'm sorry, I don't have the numbers.
Could you get that information to us to
Yes,
verify
absolutely.
that data?
I'll get all that information to you.
Under the Trump administration, immigration judges complete an average of 65,000 cases per month, the highest average completion rate in at least a decade. Does that sound correct?
That sounds correct.
Ms. Bondi, how many new cases under EOIR received in fiscal year 2025 have you all had? And of those, what percentage have been granted asylum? Do you know?
I can try to get you those numbers. I thought I had those.
That'd be great, because my question is whether President Trump's decision to pause asylum in the wake of the shooting of a National Guardsman by an Afghani here in Washington, D.C., in the nation's capital, helped to stop the backlog in your office. Does that sound correct?
Yes, Congressman.
My point being that the leadership of this administration is ending the backlog, reducing the backlog, making sure that we don't have fraudulent asylum claims clogging it, and keeping Americans safe. Is that correct?
Yes, Congressman.
So a couple other quick questions on another important topic that has been raised by both colleagues on both sides of the aisle with respect to the Epstein case. A few questions. One, Jeffrey Epstein was charged in July 2019 for sex trafficking under the Trump administration in his first term. Is that correct?
Yes, Congressman.
And that Ghislaine Maxwell was charged in 2020 also under the Trump administration, correct?
Yes, Congressman.
So it is safe to say that the administration led on that issue and that there was silence in the previous administration. Is that correct?
Yes, Congressman. Almost complete silence from everyone who's been trying to still talk about Epstein. They didn't say a word under the Biden administration. Nothing.
And I want to make one other point and then another question, though, that is important. I want to make one observation. That is that we've heard the information today, which is troubling, that Jane Doe's, that victims' information was made public and was unredacted in the files that were released on Friday. So my question is, some of us had argued when we were dealing with the discharge petition in Congress, that when Congress inserted itself into the process, that we needed to be very careful to ensure that we were protecting victims. So a question that is both, I just want to make that clear that some of us were fighting for that here and we didn't get a chance to amend it or change it. So that was concerning. But a question a little more pointed, I have to say, is why, though, were the victims' names released that shouldn't have been? That there were names in the files, that these Jane Does, that their names shouldn't have been made public when there were some accusers whose names were redacted. That's question one. And question two was that Ghislaine Maxwell was put in jail for trafficking minors. Rightly so, and you properly said here at this table, you hope she dies in jail. Well, I want to know, will anyone besides her or Epstein, which I congratulate President Trump's previous administration and this Department of Justice for continuing all of that, but that they were indicted, but will anyone else be indicted and prosecuted under this, given the information?
Oh, hell. Well, you know what? Maybe I'm not too mad at Texas. Maybe I'm not too mad.
That's in front of us. So two questions.
Thank you for letting me answer that. They didn't want to hear my answer on the other side. Yes, given the tight time frame of 30 days, I believe we got everything released within a little over 60 days. I'm talking as fast as I can. My time is up. We did the best we could immediately. If everyone's been coming to view the documents, if someone's name should not have been redacted, we're releasing it. If someone's name was redacted, we said right away, was not redacted and should have been, meaning a victim. We went back and redacted it. We're doing everything we can based on the tight time frame and over 3 million pages that we released that Donald Trump signed for pure transparency. Second, what was your second question?
About whether another individual will be indicted.
Absolutely. Thank you for asking that. And they never wanted to hear the answer to that. We have pending investigations in our office.
Oh, is that true? Because fucking yesterday, we were told that's not true. We were told the opposite, and that's kind of weird. Hey, you guys want to see something cool? You guys want to see something cool? Also, don't forget that Pam Bondi lied about a client list existing. She said it didn't exist, and you know what's crazy? It does exist, and it was on sale for like $70K on eBay at one point in time. And then the listing was taken down. That's kind of crazy, right? Supposedly it went up at an auction. The full book, completely unredacted. Yep. That means the DOJ lost evidence. That's fucking horrible. So she definitely lied about that. And it exists in evidence logs. So there's that. Here, let me show you guys something cool. This is going to trip you out. We're just going to pause it and then we'll go back to Pam because we're going in between. We're going in and out of things today. All right. In between the Pams. And this is probably, I have one more thing to show you. And it has to do, we'll do the Bannon stuff and the Woody stuff next time. Because I really want to show you some Google Earth stuff that I think you can benefit from. But we're going to look at this and then we're going to watch Pam be a cunt some more. And then I'm going to show you some Google Earth stuff and we'll do a silly and dip because I am losing my voice again. Okay. So what you're looking at here is a now unclassified FBI CHS reporting document. Okay. So what this is it is a confidential human source. Okay. So the FBI and the CIA have confidential human sources, aka informants. The difference though between, I guess, okay, so the difference between someone who is a human source versus an informant is an informant is usually someone that committed a crime and got flipped, or someone who did crime with some kind of like Kevin Weeks and Whitey Bulger's crew. Like they were all informants flipping on each other, right? But if you think about what's his name? Is it Connolly? The FBI agent who worked with Whitey, right? Whitey would technically be considered an informant, a rat, but a confidential human source isn't always that. Sometimes it can mean a CIA agent or somebody that works with an insanely high security clearance, someone who is undercover working with like the cartel or a biker gang or whatever's going on. So confidential human sources are typically people that are not the type to bullshit. They often have handlers, and those handlers are who they report to. Again, it's very much like special services, CIA spy type of shit. So the one thing that I've noticed is when you see these CHS reporting docs versus another documentation that perhaps has someone who would fall more under the ground of informant or like somebody from perhaps within the prison walls, it's typically going to tell you something like that on the report, or it's going to be something that is labeled differently. Sometimes it'll be source or informant. So in this case, this is through the Los Angeles field office, okay? This is a reporting doc, so this is from the FBI. And as you can see, it has, let me show it to you, sorry. It has SA on it, which is a special agent. So all present, including yourself, special agent blank, okay? And then it says type of contact, other contact type encrypted messaging app. So they got this information through a messaging app from somebody who is a confidential human source, okay? And this is from Intel Productions. That's the case file number. And notice how it says substantive case file number 50DNY. So this is a New York case, all right? And the tip was given in LA. It could have been from somebody who perhaps was in New York or somewhere else, but it was reported to a handler in LA. So that could be somebody who perhaps moves around a lot. So here, it says check here if additional reporting is in Echo. That's basically the program that they use to chart the shit. All right, so source reporting. Captioned confidential human source was asked by the handling agent. See how it says handling agent? So they have somebody who is assigned to speak with them repeatedly, to have meetings with them on the regular, if that makes sense. They were asked by handling agent about information that he or she may be aware of related to improper domestic or foreign influence over the electoral process in the U.S. The confidential human source has already provided some of this information documented in previous reports, but he or she expanded on several matters as described below. All right, blank, 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 something is blacked out, comma, Harvard law professor Alan Dershowitz, CHS learned that Dershowitz influenced many students from wealthy families. For example, Josh Kushner and Jared Kushner were both his students. Now, what's interesting is Dershowitz was also Epstein's attorney. Did he introduce Dershowitz to Kush, or was it vice versa? Okay. Dershowitz told the confidential human source that if he were young again, he would be holding a stun gun as an Israeli intelligence Mossad agent. CHS believed Dershowitz was co-opted by Mossad and subscribed to their mission. CHS continues to communicate occasionally for Dershowitz. Jeffrey Epstein was represented by Dershowitz. Confidential human source remembered Dershowitz tell Alex Acosta, the U.S. Attorney of Southern District of Florida of the time, by the way, the guy who got Epstein the sweetheart deal, that Epstein belonged to both U.S. and allied intelligence services. CHS shared phone calls between Dersh and Epstein, during which she took notes. What's interesting is there's a pretty famous photo of Fergie sitting on a couch taking notes while he's on the phone with someone. And I just thought that was interesting. After these calls, Mossad would then call Dershowitz to debrief. Epstein was close to the former Prime Minister of Israel, Ehud Barak, and trained as a spy under him, which is kind of a big deal because the amount of documents that include Barack are insane. The amount of emails. In fact, they spell Barack's name wrong. So it almost looks like they're saying Barack Obama, but it's really this guy. And boy, does this guy seem to have a say in a lot of people who Trump picked for his cabinets. Barack believed Netanyahu was a criminal. Saudi Arabia, Israel, and the United Arab Emirates are allied against Qatar, Turkey, Iran, and Syria. One of confidential human sources, Blanks, who presumably worked Blank, asked CHS a lot of questions about Epstein. CHS became convinced that Epstein was a co-opted Mossad agent. See previous reporting. Very interesting, that part, because that means that there has been a prior intelligence source that has also reported similar things prior to this. That is very strange. Here's where it gets wilder. Masha Drakova, remember her? Telephone number blankety blank is based in Silicon Valley. She has been running a firm called Day One Ventures, which is supposedly an early stage investment company. She used to be Russian President Vladimir Putin's main contact in the Russian youth movement. CHS and Drakova spoke, but Drakova did not talk at all about technology. Instead, she looked at CHS and said, "You knew Epstein, didn't you?" She said Epstein was a wonderful man and it was a crying shame what had been done to him. CHS concluded Day One Ventures was in Silicon Valley to steal technology. That makes a lot of sense. That actually makes a lot of sense. Okay. Confidential human source advised Shabbat is doing everything they can to co-opt the Trump presidency. Shabbat is basically state-sanctioned Judaism. It is used by Putin to keep tabs on all Russo-Jewish oligarchs. On the day Trump was elected president, Ivanka and Jared were at the gravesite of Rabbi Shearson, who was the most powerful rabbi in the Shabbat network. Jared didn't disclose his stake in the cadre because of its ties to the Russian state, NFI. We have since seen that this is also true. CHS believed this is the real Russian collusion story. I would tend to agree because Kushner did do a lot of that shit and made a ton of money off of it. Kushner has moved a lot of Russian investment money around. True, absolutely true, including through funneling it in his real estate. The FBI should investigate Kushner's family charities to find evidence of corruption and money laundering. Oh, definitely, because they found it in Trump's too. Remember, it was a cancer charity. And they were stealing from it. Shabbat routinely uses charities to launder money. We will follow up on that later. I've got some information that's going to blow your mind. CHS provided the attached article entitled Jim McGreevey and His Main Man by Craig Horowitz, published in 2004. While the article is old and centered around Charles Kushner, it highlights and documents the deep ties the Kushner family has with Israel and their history to corrupt business practices and alleged violations of election laws. CHS stated that if the FBI is serious about investigating the Kushners and their relationships in the Middle East, they should look closely at Ken Kurson. He'll come into play later, who knows everything. CHS advised Henry Kissinger introduced Charles to Qiu Tenkai, the Chinese ambassador to the U.S., a relationship that could have been helpful. At around the same time of the introduction, Eng Bang, which is a very weird name, and hilarious to say, was entering negotiations with the Kushners over 666 Fifth Avenue. Don't get creeped out. He just owns the devil's property. Wow, they're really fucking with me today with these. We'll just say Harry has been involved, has developed Trump's hotels, and is a billionaire. Harry Blank introduced him or her to the Indonesian CIA. This is another way that you know this person works with some sort of intelligence. Harry Blank, which I don't know why they blacked it out here because, okay, speak Indonesian. Harry bought his Beverly Hills home from Trump at an inflated price. On Blank was at Harry's house when Harry blinked that Trump told him that he was going to fuck Amazon over their military contracts. Oh, crazy how that's happening. CHS advised that this was a real collusion story. Trump has been compromised by Israel, and Kushner is the real brains behind his organization and his presidency. This is not the first time you're going to see this. We will see more of this later. Igor brokered the sale of a Beverly Hills mansion to Trump acquired for $800,000 less than market value. CHS referenced the attached article that summarized the matter. A small-time scam artist gave Trump a mansion for $0. Why? Published in 2018 by Lance Williams and Matt Smith. In reveal from the Center for Investigative Reporting, Ross Delston, a Washington, D.C.-based attorney and consultant on financial crimes, into the International Monetary Fund, said the deal included many facets that don't add up, and the deal warrants further scrutiny, and investigators should follow up on the numerous oddities and red flags that this series of transactions raises. It's interesting how this person is giving them all the financial deeds, probably because they know that's what's going to fuck them. The Fishes signed the deed transferring the Beverly Hills home. The Fishes are prominent Los Angeles real estate investors and political donors. They've given more than $250,000 to GOP candidates and causes, records show. They were guests at the White House when George W. Bush was president and accompanied him on a trip to Israel. Selma Fish said in a phone interview, their daughter and wife of the sales broker, Lisa Korbutov, is a GOP, who you'll also see in the files, is a GOP activist and president of the Beverly Hills Unified School Board. Lisa is an active member of the Jewish community in Beverly Hills. After one season on the West Coast, the apprentice moved back to New York. Trump never lived in the Beverly Hills mansion. In the summer of 2009, he sold the home for $9.5 million, $800,000 less than the previous year's price, to a Swiss entity associated with the family of Ika Wijaya, an Indonesian billionaire financier. All these financiers. Crazy. The sale was in cash. Ooh, that's fucking weird. Trump's former lawyer, Michael Cohen, filed the legal papers for the shell company involved in the mansion purchase. So this is what's important, because this actually came out in the trial and sentencing for Michael Cohen. This is absolutely fucking true. And it wasn't the only shell company he started. Don't forget, during his first term, Trump made millions of dollars off of us. It was pretty fucked up. He literally stole from the inauguration fund. And actually, Stephanie Winston Wolkoff wrote about that in the book Melania and Me, and it's actually a really good book, and you should check it out. She says Ivanka and Jared are who we should be the most afraid of. And wow, this seems to say the same thing. Anyways, he notarized the deed when Trump sold the property. Records show he didn't respond to multiple requests for comments. So the point of all this, and we could go on and on, I will put the link below so that you can access these documents. But here's the synopsis, the too long don't read. Foreign influence on U.S. officials by Israel, Russia, and the United Arab Emirates. So there's that. And it goes on and on to how everything ended up where it is today. And it even involves Gawker, which involves Peter Thiel, because he funded that whole thing. And why did he do it? Because of Hulk Hogan. He said the N-word and showed his dick. If you think about it, if Hulk Hogan hadn't have been racist, fucked Bubba the Love Sponge's wife, and done it all on camera while screaming at his daughter for dating a black guy, then we might not actually have this tip. This part is important. CHS emphasized the importance for the FBI to investigate Gawker for its involvement in pushing Russian propaganda. Matt Mellon told CHS that after Gawker was destroyed, the Russian intelligence service started using Zero Hedge to influence U.S. people. And what's really interesting is that's something else that Reality Winner leaked and got punished for, went to prison for. So they accidentally put this in here. This was one of the ones that they didn't want in there, and then it got leaked, and they were like, fuck it, and they added some black boxes to some parts, but doesn't change anything. Yeah. So it looks like we're kind of fucked. So it's a bad news. The good news is that Shaq can levitate. Let's get mad at Pam some more. She could have used Shaq, but she used a bad attitude instead. Ugh.
One has expired. Unanimous consent request from the gentleman.
How are you seeking justice for Marimar Martinez, the Montessori school
Oh, here we go.
teacher in Chicago who was shot 5 times by a Border Patrol agent who bragged about it on text? Or the family of Keith Porter, a father of 2 shot and killed by an off-duty ICE agent in LA? Or the family of Silverio Villegas Gonzalez, shot and killed in Illinois minutes after he dropped his kids off at school? There's no sign of any movement at the Department of Justice. You even launched a criminal investigation into Renee Good's grieving widow. How sick is that? But it's even worse. You've turned the People's Department of Justice into Trump's instrument of revenge. Trump orders up prosecutions like pizza, and you deliver every time. He tells you to go after James Comey, Letitia James, Lisa Cook, and Jerome Powell, the head of the Federal Reserve Board, and members of Congress like Adam Schiff, Mark Kelly, Alyssa Slotkin, Chrissy Houlihan, Jason Crow, Chris DeLuzio, and Maggie Goodlander, to name a few, and you snap to it. You replace real prosecutors with counterfeit stooges who robotically do the president's bidding. Nothing in American history comes close to this complete corruption of the justice function and contamination of federal law enforcement. And the good news is many serious lawyers at DOJ, including some of your own original appointees.
Do you think she has like that weird fetish where she really likes this? Oh, keep in mind though, they didn't use Telegram for a lot of this, like prior, like, okay, that tip came in 2020, right? So that tip came from their what do you call it? Their I keep calling it human informant in my head. Anyway, their confidential human source, their CHS, right? So it looks like they developed that over a number of years because of some of the references they make. And that they were someone that perhaps had attended certain functions, which I'm looking into. But if you want to go down the rabbit hole, I've been working on trying to line up the intelligence doc drops like those, specifically any special agent reports or FBI reports, with some of the things the informant mentions at the time to find out who the informant is. And the fact that they mention Masha makes it kind of easy to narrow down to this informant likely being, or this source likely being someone. It is live, Megan. Don't do that. I think this source is going to be someone who was around them a lot in 2018 and 2019. But also, I feel like at the time, because Putin had expelled the guy who made Telegram, and I believe him and a Saudi made it, and it's because they were using it against Putin. So I want to say that she might I got WhatsApp vibes from some of the screenshots because they do have the screenshots, but they also have the full reports. So I feel like she fucked around with WhatsApp, which kind of, I guess, a little crazy for them, but you know, it's fair enough. I do think it's going to be someone who's around a lot in 2018, 2019 is what I'm trying to say. But before, like, here's the thing. It would have had to be before, too. It would have had to be 2017 as well because of Masha and because of Jeffrey. So 2017, 18, and 19. True that. True that. This would they have been Russian is interesting because possibly they could have been. I mean, if it was someone who flipped Mossad, they would have probably been talking to a CIA handler. But if it's somebody Russian, totally, and they would know about Masha, this is interesting. We'll have to come back to that because I want to look more into it, but trying to line up things that the source said could be important because they are definitely blacking out a lot of the information from the triplicates of these files now that they're getting busted. They're actually focusing harder on that than retracting more victim stuff, which is why Pam is a C unit.
Have refused your lawless orders. Danielle Sassoon, your original pick for acting U.S. Attorney in Manhattan, resigned rather than follow your corrupt order to quash an indictment against Mayor Eric Adams as a political favor from Donald Trump. A Federalist Society member who clerked for Justice Scalia, U.S. Attorney Sassoon refused to participate in this blatantly corrupt scheme. Her top assistant, Hagan Scotton, an Iraqi war vet and two-time Bronze Star recipient who clerked for Chief Justice Roberts, and then Judge Kavanaugh, promptly resigned too, writing to your office, quote, "I expect you will eventually find someone who is enough of a fool or enough of a coward to file your motion."
Dude, you know what this reminds me of? Do any of you guys have like a relative or someone that you know that like you could be telling them some very real shit, like pouring your heart out or even being like, no, this is really fucked up. You did a fucked up thing. And the whole time they're just like, where did I put my keys? And you're just like, what the fuck is wrong with you? That's Pam. She's the woman who lost her keys right in the middle of finding out that the house is on fire.
But it was never going to be me. You and the president nominated Eric Siebert, a 15-year career prosecutor, to be your U.S. attorney for the Eastern District of Virginia. But after 5 months of investigating Letitia James and James Comey, he found no evidence to justify criminal charges. So you forced him out. You replaced him with Lindsay Halligan, Trump's personal lawyer from the Mar-a-Lago documents case, who had zero prosecutorial experience and no qualifications. And then you were humiliated when a federal judge found that this corrupt appointment was blatantly unlawful and threw out Halligan's indictments entirely. And grand juries of American citizens have repeatedly rejected your vendettas and baseless indictments brought by the hacks left at DOJ now, with 2 different grand juries in Virginia voting down indictments against Letitia James in a single week. And just yesterday, another grand jury shut down your vendetta factory by rejecting indictments against the 6 members of Congress who had spoken out to remind all service members that they have a duty to refuse illegal orders. You tried to get a grand jury to indict 6 members of...
She's just like, well, I can't find my keys under this paper. Can't find it. My keys aren't anywhere on this desk. I'll just look him straight in the eye now because I can't look anywhere else for my keys.
Congress who are veterans of our armed forces.
Oh, equal. If you want me to take like your comment out, sure, no problem. I got you. But I'm not. Fuck Vladimir. I don't ever want to go fucking Russia. Fuck him.
On charges of seditious conspiracy simply for exercising their First Amendment rights. I hope you will heed the wisdom and the constitutional patriotism of those grand jurors and not try it again by doubling down on that humiliation. As your best lawyers are sacked for having participated in the January 6th case or just flee for the exits now. Your new lawyers keep lying in court. In dozens of cases, they've been excoriated for lying to federal judges. Chief Judge Boasberg, right here in DC, suggested your Department of Justice perpetrated a fraud on the court. Other judges found your statements to be, quote, inexplicably misleading, patently incredible, totally inconsistent, and so disingenuous that the court is left with little confidence that the government can be trusted to tell the truth about anything. Now, as ranking member, I asked the chairman to add a few extra rounds of questions today because we each have 5 hours of questions, not 5 minutes, but we're stuck with 5 minutes. That's clearly insufficient to give voice to America's victims and survivors and to demand answers about all the corruption and cover-ups that we see at DOJ right now. We've got just one round, so we ask you politely but firmly, Madam Attorney General, please do not waste 1 second of our precious time by evading questions, by changing the subject, or engaging in personal attacks against members of Congress. We saw your performance in the Senate, and we're not going to accept that. This isn't a game. In the Senate, you brought something with you called a burn book, a binder of smears to attack members personally for doing the people's work of oversight. Please set the burn book aside and answer our questions. And when you hear us reclaim our time, that means it's time for you to stop speaking. We only have 5 minutes, so when we reclaim our time, that means you stop. And if you don't, we will ask the chair to stop the clock and let you go on his time.
Dismissed. I completely don't get how
the city, and yet the governor's declined to offer
really quickly of my colleague Becca.
Contrast between what we've seen happening in Minneapolis versus what we've seen happen in DC.
Sorry about that. It was all the way back at the beginning. I don't know how that happened. I had to go back, and Jasmine Crockett's up next. So we're gonna fucking listen to that because I need to hear this waspy bitch get yelled at. Here we go.
All happened in Memphis, and what I would love to see in some ways, if we could ever get our governor to work with us in North Carolina, to happen in Charlotte. But with that, I yield back. Thank you.
Time of the gentleman has expired. The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you. I seek unanimous consent to introduce into the record the research that Representative Kamlager-Dove and I referenced concerning the threat of right-wing domestic terrorism, which the Department of Justice scrubbed from its website in September.
Without objection, the gentlelady from
Thank
Texas
you.
is recognized.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. And to be clear, I'm not going to ask any questions of this witness because this witness has revealed that she has no intentions of answering questions. But instead, I'm going to ask some very basic questions really quickly of my colleague, Becca Ballant, if she will answer right or wrong, raping children.
Wrong.
Right or wrong, killing random citizens.
Definitely wrong.
Right or wrong, enriching yourself as the sitting president of the United States.
Definitely wrong.
Okay, thank you, because I probably never would have got that with our witness. Our witness who somehow is a lawyer but does not understand how it works with witnesses. I'm not really sure what law school she went to and what all kind of cases she tried, but typically when you come into a space and somebody's a witness, then they sit there and they answer questions instead of asking questions. And then we also have this objection that we use as lawyers called non-responsive when a witness fails to actually answer the question. But nevertheless, let me address the survivors because that's exactly who they are. They are not victims, they are survivors. Let me say thank you for having more courage and moral clarity in your pinky fingers than the entire Department of Justice. We are currently the laughing stock of the world, partially because of the failed leadership within the DOJ as we see kings and queens falling everywhere around the world. But we don't know the basics of right and wrong in this country because it's not about partisanship. And that's why I applaud Thomas Massie, because he's the only person on the Republican side that has a backbone and knows how to stand up to corruption. But nevertheless, let me keep going. My Democratic colleagues have been attacked this entire committee hearing. They have been lied on. And frankly, the American people weren't looking for that. They were looking for answers about the corruption that they see coming from this administration. In the written testimony of this witness, of this particular witness, she stated that when she took office, she had two main goals. The first was to end the weaponization of justice, and second, to return the department to its core mission. Not only have you lied about both, you've intentionally done the exact opposite. You're spending more taxpayer resources arresting journalists than you are prosecuting pedophiles and creeps. In fact, your boss, the President of the United States, stated that this administration, quote, took the freedom of speech away. And at your direction, DOJ has arrested Don Lemon and Georgia Fort. And I might add that y'all actually had a judge that rejected y'all for trying to arrest Don Lemon before, just like the grand jury rejected y'all as it relates to Senator Kelly, just like a grand jury rejected y'all as it relates to Senator Slotkin, just like the case against Tish James was dismissed and the case against Mr. Comey was dismissed. I completely don't get how it is that you're sitting at the top of DOJ because you don't seem to be good at your job. You're spending more taxpayer resources arresting these journalists. In fact, we know after Georgia Fort and Don Lemon were arrested, we know that there were homes of journalists that were raided. We know that threatened prosecution against students protesting your actions and forced tech companies to remove apps used to track ISIS activities. But let's circle back to you protecting pedophiles and creeps, because I want to talk about the president and his possible involvement with Jeffrey Epstein. Now, I don't know what the president might have done with Jeffrey Epstein, but unlike this administration, I believe that facts matter. So let's talk about the facts. Fact number one, Donald Trump is one of the most named people in the Epstein files. At least 5,000 files contains more than 38,000 references to Trump, his wife, or Mar-a-Lago. Fact number two, Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell made young girls available to Trump on multiple occasions. For example, according to this file, Ghislaine Maxwell presented a young girl to President Trump who spent more than 20 minutes apparently flirting with her. Here's another example. This shows notes from FBI investigators that describe Jeffrey Epstein transporting a victim to Mar-a-Lago to meet with President Trump, where he bragged to Trump that, quote, this is a good one. Now, I'm not saying that the president is a pedophile, but there is a lot of evidence in these files that suggests that he's very close friends with a lot of men who are pedophiles. What's crazy about all of this is just that this is a big cover-up. And this administration is engaged in it. In fact, this administration is complicit. But there are numerous others, like how the DOJ is attempting to obstruct justice in the investigation of the rogue agents who have murdered American citizens, or how the DOJ seized voter data from Fulton County in an attempt to steal the 2026 midterm elections, or how federal agents have Tom Homan on tape accepting a bribe and your agency killed the investigation, or how your agency is ready to give the president a $230 million payday, which is unconstitutional. The Constitution is clear. The president shall not receive any payment except his salary while in office. The fact of the matter is that you will be remembered as one of the worst attorney generals in history, an attorney general who has prioritized obstruction over justice, corruption over the law, fealty to the president over loyalty to the Constitution. And Mr. Chairman, I will yield.
Gentlelady yields. Gentleman from Missouri is recognized. Excuse me, gentleman from Kansas, the attorney general, former attorney.
Mic drop. That was fucking beautiful. Shit, you guys, I want to end on that. I don't think we need to hear anymore, do we? Let's see who's next.
General, Mr. Schmidt is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and General Bondi, thanks for being here. Did you have anything you wanted to say before we talk?
I do. Thank you, Congressman.
Oh, you know what? I don't want to hear it, hon. You're a liar. You're a bit of a liar. I'm good. I'm real good. We're going to end it on Jasmine, okay? Because that was nice. That was real nice. I want to show you one more thing before we go. And this is Google Earth. If you don't know about Google Earth, ooh, you're about to. It's a little bit different than Google Maps because Google Earth has a lot more data. It includes various topography screenshots, and it goes back really far. In some cases, the 70s, 80s, whatever's on record and available. So the Zorro Ranch has been in the headlines in regards to the Epstein files because there's a claim in there that the bodies of two young girls are buried at this ranch that Epstein owned. And those claims have been taken seriously by the state of New Mexico. And because of that, they have seized apparently the realty and the property deeds. And according to the state, they do intend on doing some sort of investigation into this. Zorro Ranch has its own road called Zorro Ranch. If you go on Google Maps and drive down Zorro Ranch Road, which you can't, you have to do the adjoining highway because Epstein wouldn't allow Google cars down his private roads. He was very big on secrecy, but here's the thing, you can't stop historical imagery and you can't stop the power of satellites and Google because they are in the sky. And with Google Earth, instead of just walking like you could with maps, you can also look at topography and you can toggle the settings and you can look at different ways to view the maps over time. And it's really quite amazing. So I'm going to make this nice and big so you can see it. So this is Zorro Ranch Road. Now this is the mansion. Interestingly enough, it's a mansion and a ranch next to Epstein's, but it's not the same Tom Ford is in. It's not nothing to do with Ford models. Totally different guy, not related, but just kind of interesting because at first I was like, what? And I had to do a double check. Different guy, nice guy. In this situation, this is Jeffrey's isolated property. It is massive. This is the one where he took one of the sisters who was wanting to get into art school, and then they isolated her on a ranch. They said that they said it was never searched. So a lot of people were saying, well, there has to be a way, there has to be topography maps so that we can shitty. You can come up here and you can get different dates. Now see from this distance, in this distance, a distance is from the ground. Depending on what's available, this little thing right here, this little timeline will expand. So if there's a lot of images from like the 70s or the 60s, those will be included up here. So the further away you get, as you can see, the more images you get. So let's all the way back. Just be it's 5 here. Let's see what a historical map looks like from 85 over the land that would eventually be Zorro Ranch. It's going to take a minute. Wonder if it has anything to do with StreamYard. Here we go, finally. Now see how blurry this is? Let me take the banner down, or the chat down, and see if that helps. There we go. It keeps telling me I'm having plugin issues. Okay, so as you can see, it's real blurry that close. But this is from 1985. So as we scroll back, it gets a little better. So that is pretty much the highest quality that you can get from that far. Oh, yeah, it is kind of fucking it up here. Let me exit out of that. See if some of this to here, we'll exit out of that too. Maybe that'll help. There we go. Okay, so somebody bought it in 2020, 2021, something like that. And then it got taken back by the local government, apparently, because they want to search it. But it was some I think it was Stanley Ranch LLC or something, which ended up being a name for one of the roads, if I remember correctly. And I believe it was repossessed by the state when the initial Epstein information came out. So as you can see, this is not a very good map, but as we move forward, let's go to like 2009. I think it's significantly better. It is going to take a minute, probably because of StreamYard. The new updates of StreamYard are pretty piss poor, to be honest. Damn, I'm over here telling you how badass this is, and it's like sucking pretty hard right now. There we go. I just had to click it again. So this is 2009. As you can see, the further away it gets, the blurry. The closer you get, the blurrier it gets. For the 2009 map on this, but as we get more recent, 2012, see how the quality changes. So a lot of people were suggesting, as they do, that the quality. I mean, it does get better the further up you get, but depending on the year these alleged bodies were buried, the closer to recently, the sort of mounds or any potential like irritation in the ground. What I would suggest for shit like this is, if it's not the best quality, I would look for perhaps any tire marks that are off the beaten trail. So if you see an area that it's just very faint tire tracks, I would be concerned about that and see where they stop. You can kind of see some right here. And I believe I saw something like that. Well, over here you can see just small ones kind of going around there. It's easier to spot them when you get closer. But it's kind of hard to tell over here. There's definitely some right here. So yeah, these are the types of maps, the way you view the topography, and you can add data layers. Let's cancel that. Change your measurements, and you can, these data layers, you can add place marks. So if you see an imperfection or something you want to look at, you can put it there. If you see any descriptions from statements in the files, describing any scenery around them from victims, but saying that they don't know exactly where they were. If you were looking through his properties and you were looking for outdoor stuff, I mean, this is a sure way that I would do it when there is not like an actual Google road mapped by a Google Maps card. This is the only other real option. Although when they were selling the property, I do believe there was a video out, and this is just piss poor quality. I think it's because this shit doesn't work good with fucking StreamYard. Anyway, there are videos, like real estate videos of this, and also this is before he had all of this put in, I think, or no, this is after. So they sold it and they ripped this out. This was like a sundial thing, kind of like what he had on the island. So yeah, this is Zorro Ranch, and one thing that you can do to view these properties that are not mapped and easily accessible on Google Maps is you can definitely look for the real estate videos, any potential tour, any interviews he gave within them back in the day before everybody was calling him out for being a pedophile. And you can use these topography maps, especially to find any irritations in the ground that might look sus and line up with witness statements. And again, you can use historical imagery up here. You can use light imagery, and if you upgrade, you get a lot more cool search tools. Okay, it's not just the gray hues anymore. Anyway, I thought that was very interesting. People were talking about like how secretive Zorro Ranch is, and how are we ever going to get our hands on any pictures? Are there aerial pictures? It's like, yeah, it's just on Google Earth, and there are some on Google Maps. There's plenty, but you can just see a lot better that way. So with that said, I think this is a good place to stop because I have shit to do. I'm very tired. I got to walk to Hugin. Got to go get a coffee. And got to finish some work shit. Thank you all for being here. Oh my God, that was 5 hours. Holy shit. Pam Bondi is probably really hard to get along with. Probably wouldn't like me too much. I don't want to be her friend. Wow, what a sass bag that one is. I can't believe she's 60. I mean, she looks great for 60, but she's got to be eating something illegal. She's got to be doing something illegal. She's probably bathing in someone's blood. Like, she's terrifying. Let's just hope that she goes away. Let's just hope that one day she's like, you know what? I quit and leaves. Maybe that'll happen. Fuck. What an awful woman. She might be worse than John and Kate plus 8 Kate. She might be worse than Farrah from Teen Mom. She's kind of up there with Miss Shorty. She scares the shit out of me. I'm going to be honest with you. That's straight up psychosis. The way she's able to dissociate and just be so hateful is fucking nuts, dude. I don't even think Sarah Huckabee Sanders could hold it together like that, or Kellyanne Conway. I mean, they really just went out and found a real rock of an individual, like a physical fucking rock. Like she's made of stone. She's so wild. Hey, thank you guys for being here. I do think she cocoons. I think she sleeps upside down like a bat and her skin just molts. And then she takes the excess skin and just puts it in a skin pillow that she sleeps on at night as she thinks about how she's going to make it through the fires of hell. Because she's going to hell. I think I might get really religious and super believe in God again just so that I can believe she's going to hell. I need to believe in a hell so I can believe she's going there. Like, she's really bad. All I'm going to say about that bitch is yikes. Anyway, you guys are the best. I love you. Hugin says he loves you. Shaq levitates. We need something real good to end this one. We really do. We need something real fucking good. And you know what I think? I think we can all believe in. I think that this is how Pam Bondi should have done it.
I'm not quite sure why I'm here or what I'm doing, but there's a reason.
Ma'am, we're discussing the rezoning for the Portillos. Do you have any comments on that?
For what?
We're discussing the rezoning on 53rd for...
Well, I live on 63rd.
Again, we're here to hear comments about the rezoning.
Well, I don't like Facebook, and I don't like the internet because I can't find a job. The library blocked my password. Now tell me, does that make any sense to you?
Mr. Thilly, I started your time.
Did you know I can do the backspin? Anybody? You want to see me do the backspin? No? You want to do? You know, like the backspin? I'm going to do the backspin. Can I do it up here? Watch this. Why did our taxes go up so much? We were told the referendum was going to bring it up for an average household about $400, I think.